We are good.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. I call this meeting to order. It is 5:01 p.m. Can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Here.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Goitia.
Here.
And Trustee Verich.
Here.
All right, 1C is the adoption of our closed session agenda. Is there a motion?
So
Motion to
moved.
approve. Second.
Motion by Stacy, second by Robert. Is there any discussion? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
And Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. The items are disclosed on our agenda. I'm checking to see if we have public comment for our closed session items, and we do not. So at this point, the board will adjourn to closed session. We expect to be back at 6 p.m. Hi, everyone. We're coming back from closed session, and will be back in about 5 minutes. So thank you for your patience. All right. We could transition over to, thank you. And once the board members have their cameras on, we'll get started. And Robert, if you were there, you were hidden behind your virtual background. All right. All right, I call this meeting back to order. It is 6:09 p.m. The board is returning from closed session. During closed session, the board approved the proposed settlement agreement in case 01-05-20201 with a 5-0 vote. The board also approved the proposed settlement agreement in the case of 101-520202 by a 5-0 vote. We'll go ahead and start with our Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll come back and go from there. So if everyone please rise and place your hand over your heart and ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Everyone, the board wanted to start out tonight with a moment of silence. As you may have heard, we've had 2 tragedies hit our district in the past couple of weeks, both a student and a teacher who passed away far too soon. Rylan Medina Antone and Dietrich Lay. And so the board just wanted to start our meeting with a moment of silence in their honor. So we'll start that now. Thank you. Our hearts really go out to the family, friends, everyone who's been affected by this. And we will move on to start our meeting. So this meeting is being live streamed because board members are joining via teleconference. All votes tonight are recorded via a roll call. While there's no physical location available for the public to join, members of the public may submit requests to speak through the public comment card available on the district's website and on board docs. Our first item tonight is item 3C, the adoption of tonight's agenda, and I'll make a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Second.
So motion by me, second by Robert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote? And I think you're on mute, Bob.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and trustee Verich.
Aye.
I didn't even hear you, trustee Verich.
Sorry, I thought I said it very clearly. Aye.
Thank you.
With a 5-0 vote, we have an agenda. And as always, we get to start our agenda with one of the best reports of the night, our student board member reports, item 5A. So when y'all are ready, go ahead and take it away, and you have 15 minutes.
Thanks, Kaylin. So we're going to start with our school updates. Then we're going to go with what's working, what's not working, and then a couple personal updates. So Boynton is co-hosting with the West Valley Boynton Financial Aid Night for families and students virtually on the 22nd. They're going to be testing 13 students to see for ELPAC to see if they can reclassify them this semester. Also, as a special announcement, Laura Burnell with the Fraternal Order of Eagles San Jose area, number 8 has donated $800 to Boynton's Graduation Wish Come True program. Last year, 4 of the Boynton leadership students went to the Eagles and presented before them about the Graduation Wish Come True program at Boynton, what it is, how it works, and what it means to the students. They matched what the students raised, even during COVID, when they were very generous, including $300 in Target gift cards. So at Lee, volunteering clubs such as NHS and CSF have been doing a lot and have been getting a lot of student involvement. They've also been doing entire class virtual hangouts. So they did one with the sophomore class and one with the freshman class. They're continuing to do student voice meetings, which I believe are either once or twice a month. And they're getting a chance for all students to reach out with their ASB representatives and kind of report to the district. I've also been doing a Funds for Fires, which began on the 12th of this month and features nearly 24 ASB students who will perform harmful and not potentially dangerous dares. When students donate money, all of these funds will go to people that were affected by the fires. And also in other news, many students were worried to go on campus to take their pictures in the past couple of weeks. According to reports, it didn't seem like there were very strict regulations. Most students were maintaining the county's distancing recommendations with people they hadn't carpooled with, but there were many restrictions or guidelines. There were not many restrictions or guidelines put in place by the school, especially compared to how things like textbook pickups were handled. So there were a lot of students that did not want to come to campus. At Prospect, they've been doing Mindful Mondays, which have been focusing on mental health with a variety of information activities, along with some CASI counselor coordinated events. They're doing Fun Fridays, including a recent iMessage tournament that was done in a large bracket style in which students were playing games against each other. The school magazine Literal Impact is looking for art and writing submissions from any students. There's also been a teacher mean tweet competition in which students can anonymously roast a teacher, and certain ones will be read aloud by those teachers, all based on a sketch done on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. And then there's also parent and student check-ins with the principal to give feedback on how the first half of the semester has been going and any questions that need to be answered.
And that, Riley, that was at what school, that your last segment?
That was Prospect.
Prospect, thank you.
So at Branham, we've postponed the class competitions. They were going to happen this week, but due to the events, we decided to postpone it until later. Clubs are continuing to hold events. There was a meeting with admin and students about mental health and steps that they could take moving forward. There was a petition started by students to protest how Branham has been dealing with mental health issues and really raise awareness to that issue. Guidance counselors are setting up Canvas classrooms for all students in each class to get help with college and career advice. They've launched the virtual homework center a few days ago. There's having Wednesday kindness challenges, which has been hosted by ASB to participate, where students can participate on social media. There's been forms to submit recognition for the Hispanic and Latin community at Branham, so we can highlight the diversity in our students. And there have been many students that have been using the grief services that Branham has provided for us. At Del Mar, ASB is recognizing LGBTQ+ History Month with educational information on social media. ASB had a training with Evolve to find a new approach to creating events and activities for distance learning. Many more clubs have started meeting, and they've created Instagram accounts to get the student population more informed. There have been interactive social media polls, games, and challenges that allow students to partake in various activities. And the College and Career Specialist has been very active when we're sending out weekly newsletters and daily remind text messages, reminding or informing students of various scholarship, career, and college webinar opportunities that have been taking place. At Westmont, the counseling department is launching the Mindfulness Group, which is a 6-week project that provides mental health support to students. So basically every Wednesday at 11 a.m., counselor interns will meet up with the cohort groups, during which students can come to de-stress and learn about mindful techniques. They can meet other students and have fun. This is a new voluntary program intending to help Westmont students during distance learning. There was an art club meeting last Wednesday. They have the Westmont's College and Career Specialists continue to hold webinars to guide seniors through the college application process. Westmont's official Instagram account continues to keep students entertained and engaged. English teachers have been providing a lot more support for seniors who are writing their college applications. Student Services Hub has been created for all grades and all students. They had a BOTC parade on Wednesday. ASB packages are available where you can get Westmont merch. And yesterday was the CUHSD Hispanic Latinx Career Day.
Yeah, and then in terms of what is not working across the district, we see continued low attendance and engagement during the teacher outreach, which happens on Wednesdays. Students continue to feel overwhelmed by the workload that this came up, especially at the site visits when we went to both Prospect and Westmont was the main theme of discussion. There's a lack of in-class instruction and interaction, which is a common complaint about when students are dealing with worse grades and not being able to communicate and learn quite as well. It is inconvenient how study hall starts right as class ends. A lot of people think there should be a 5 or 10-minute break in between the two. The same few students continue to participate in class discussions while the rest turn off their camera and remain silent. Teachers are struggling to find ways to make all students get involved in their classroom activities and discussions. Canvas displays quizzes and tests that have yet to be graded by the teacher as 0 out of total points, although multiple choice assessments can be auto-generated by Canvas and show up as the correct grade. Assessments such as free response and short answers require teacher grading, yet Canvas immediately submits those assessments as zeros. Teachers assume that other teachers are not giving out a lot of homework, leading to teachers assigning large groupings of work all due on the same days and often on different days. Sometimes work is being due on the weekends, like on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, when students do not actually have that class that day, which has caused a lot of confusion and seems to be using technology in different ways. And then although some students decide on their own to take Wednesdays as a day off, it should not encourage teachers to assign even more homework. Advisory and teacher outreach can be a time where students just sit around and do nothing.
And then what's working? Attendance has been more consistent. Study hall has been really helpful for students to reach out to their teachers. Students have been participating in clubs. Teachers have been flexible about due dates and test times. They offer a little bit more leeway in case you have internet issues, and they've been really responsive. College workshops and visits have been helpful, especially for seniors. The tech workshops have been helpful for students who have tech issues. Students feel like they're easily notified about school-wide events, and the communication has definitely improved. The pace of the curriculum has been manageable, and students can get help with their teachers or attending the tutorials or coming up to the homework centers that are at a few of our campuses. The new Zoom update allows for teachers to regulate students' abilities to make their own breakout rooms. ASB activities are getting more and more participation. And teachers have been taking the time to stay after class to answer student questions or questions students may have about assignments, and they've been really appreciative of that.
Yeah, and just some other reminders. We will be presenting the homework policy for a third and hopefully final read tonight. So we've spent a lot of time preparing that and reading it and reading it and reading it. Also, please follow at CUHSD_SSAC on Instagram. This is our account we use to distribute our information. And some other updates. College visits are happening across CUHSD. Any student is free to sign up. Go to Naviance to do so, or contact your school's college and career specialist for help. This is a great way to learn about a variety of schools from across the country and sometimes from other countries, and to meet your admissions counselors. And I hope that everyone is staying safe and well. Please take time to care for yourselves during this time.
Riley, oh, I'm sorry. You have another segment.
Yes. Yeah, so just a little bit more on what we've done. We had our prospect site visit, which we debriefed fully with Dr. Bravo this Monday. But just to give you like a high level summary, students have been overall pretty happy with how school has been going. Some students did raise concerns about homework load, and students we found on average are attending 1 to 2 study halls per week, which is a little bit less than I think we hoped for. We also met with the principals today where we talked about mental health and we talked about the homework policy and answered any other questions that they might have had for students. Just a few reminders, please register to vote. The California online and mail registration deadline is October 19th, which is 4 days from now. Please continue to wear masks and remain socially distanced. Just because Santa Clara County is now in the orange zone, please make sure that we're still being safe. Tech is here to help. You can call 408-558-3080 if you have any tech-related questions. And I just want to take the time and say a few things about Mr. Lay, our beloved English teacher who suddenly passed away last week. He was someone who always took it upon himself to bring a smile to all of the students' faces, whether it be his passionate reenactment of Romeo and Juliet, his red puffer jacket, or his pranks on students. He always found a way to make every student feel included. I hope you rest in peace and thank you for being such a positive influence on everyone around you. My best wishes to the Lay family.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
Thank you for concluding with that, Gitanjali. I worked with him for many years and he was always a very upbeat person, always interested in what was going on with you. I never saw him down or disgruntled, or he was a joy. Thank you. I know that we put this constraint that we have a 15-minute presentation limit, and that's causing you to speak quite rapidly. And it's probably because I just don't have enough experience playing video games. I don't keep up that well. You're speaking a little faster than I can listen. So I would really love it if you would do what you did for me once before, which is to email me your reports so that I can, really absorb them. There's a lot of information there. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. And that's going to take us on to item 6, public comments. The board welcomes comments from the public. If you'd like to address the board, please fill out a blue card that's or digital blue card that's located on board docs and on our website. You'll be called on to comment when your item is reached on the agenda. If the item is not on the agenda, you'll comment at this time. Provisions of the California Brown Act preclude any action being taken on any item that does not appear on the posted agenda for action. Oral presentations and communications to the board are limited to 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. We do have 3 digital blue cards this evening, which are slightly related to a topic, but I think they're far enough away that we can get to them now. And so, John, if you could get Gina on the phone.
Hey, Kalen,
Yeah.
while we're waiting, is it possible to just have the person give their name when they give is that possible to do? So
Yeah, I can ask him to. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, Kaylin.
All right. Hey, Gina, you're on with the board. You're streaming live on the internet. If you could start off with your full name and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Gina Ash. After speaking directly with a few of the board members, kind enough to make time for me, I've had more time to process the conversations we had a bit more. Some of my questions I had to them were, what is the district doing to prepare our schools to reopen? And what can I do to help? To summarize the responses I received, there are barriers to opening schools and very difficult logistical problems to solve. To list a few, 1, we don't have the capacity to allow for social distancing, either in the classrooms or outside as they pass each other in the halls. Number 2, we can't ensure students who rely on buses will socially distance while on the bus. 3, after school, the kids will likely remain together off campus, not socially distant. 4, we don't have funding for additional staff required to clean the classrooms between each class or have enough teachers to teach all the sections required for smaller class sizes. And 5, hybrid learning isn't that much better of an option to distance learning. Given the fact that every one of those problems they highlighted as reasons we remain closed will still exist exactly as they are come this January and even next January, is it the board's intention to remain a closed campus indefinitely? If we never begin to solve these problems, they will never be solved. One of you stated there's permanent damage being done to our kids, yet there's no plan to move forward to open our schools, while schools all around us are taking steps to open already. I'm very disappointed that the board members this community has elected and the superintendent chosen to lead our board continues to take the wait and see approach while kids are left struggling. 1 in 4 students failing English, math, and science is one problem, but children struggling with depression, anxiety, and suicide is another. I and many others who feel as I do will take your inaction into consideration when voting for future bond measures and partial taxes. It is your responsibility to provide a way for our children to receive an education. This community is eager to help in any way we can so that kids who are able to attend classes in person can do so. Please step up to the leadership position you chose to run for. The public health officers are the experts who decide what is safe because that's their area of expertise. Let them do their job. You trusted them enough to close their schools when they demanded it, and you need to trust them now. You're in a unique position to make a huge impact on our children right now. Please don't let them down again. Make the decision to open the schools in January and stand by that decision as long as the state and county guidelines allow it, and solve the problems you're faced with one by one to move forward for our kids. Thank you.
Ms. Ash,
Thank you, Gina.
I just want to clarify something in one of the statements you made about the board and the district is doing nothing to reopen the schools. If you stick around for section 16, when we talk about COVID, there are active planning right now on just how to do that. So I understand your position, but I just want you to understand that we're not doing nothing. We are taking we have a process in place to figure this out.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And John, if you get our next speaker.
All right, Kayla, ready?
All right. Hi, Tracy. You're on with the board. You're live streaming on the internet. If you could start just by stating your full name, and then you'll have 3 minutes from there.
Yep, will do. Thank you. My name is Tracy Pickering, and I'm a parent of a student at Lee High School. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my commentary. I appreciate it. My comment for consideration stems solely around my sincere disappointment at the board's decision to sign an agreement with the bargaining union to remain through 2020. I do appreciate that there are difficult decisions to be made and that there are passionate arguments on both sides of the issue. What I do not appreciate is the apparent dismissal of the facts as follows. First, no longer giving credence to the state and county guidelines relative to learning during the pandemic, such as the state has deemed in-person instruction as essential. And 2, despite being essential, we are still not in-person learning during red orange status, which back in July is, I believe, where you said we were hoping to be in order to allow our campuses to reopen. I understand that the union is demanding, as they should, a safe teaching environment. What I do not agree with is that when asked the question of what exactly will check off the safety box, there is silence. I have read comments that 100% safety is to be attained before teachers should be returned. Quite frankly, that is not attainable, nor has it ever been. By way of example, it was very recently that we were all frightened of the rise in mass shootings, including at our campuses across the nation. This district, in response, funded fences to keep students and staff as safe as possible. Was there still a risk? Sure. Did you make it safe as possible? Yes. I so appreciated that, and I expressed that appreciation. Compare that to now, where state and county guidelines, the same ones we relied upon to shut down temporarily back in March, now say it is safe to open, and yet we won't. PPE is readily available. Janitorial services are available. At the end of the day, it is no longer safe to keep our teens at home, isolated from their activities, colleagues, and teachers. Kids are becoming depressed, increasing the need for psychiatric care. I am not asking for a mandate that we all return. I get that there are folks that simply cannot. I'm asking for the option to think outside the box, come up with a plan now, a plan that should have been in place late July. And if you're working on a plan, as I hear you are, make that transparent to us. By signing an agreement to remain closed through at least December 2020, despite the good work that has led our county moving into the orange stage, you have put my child's needs and best interests on the back burner. As a result, I have lost faith in the board's ability to look out for the future best interests of our children. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. John, can we get our next call?
All right, we are ready.
All right, hi Kelly, you're on with the board. You're streaming on the internet. If you could start just by stating your full name, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. My name is Kelly Massini, and I first of all wanted to say thank you for your time and allowing us to express ourselves here. I have a sophomore at Lee, and I would like to just...
Hi Kelly, you're on with the board. You're streaming on the internet. If you could start just by stating your first... Kelly, if you could mute your YouTube stream. Hey there. John, I think you're muted.
I just wanted to express my opinion on how important it is to get our kids back into the classroom. Learning deficits, failing grades, truancy, anxiety, depression, and substance abuse are the teenagers' pandemic. Let's be creative and work with teachers on quantifiable safety goals and get back into the classroom. These young adults are going to have lifelong effects from social and educational isolation during this very critical stage of development. It's so important for them to be with peers and teachers and to be excited about learning. Santa Clara County has been very strategic and safe with reopening. When they say it's safe, I believe them. Let's use science as our guide to reopening, not fear. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
that concludes our public comment. So we're going to move on to item 7A, comments from associations. We do not have anyone from CSEA or SEIU this evening, but we do have CUHSD Vice President Nick Cortez who will be joining.
All right, we're ready to go.
Hi, Nick. You're on with the board and take it away.
All right. Hello, board. This is Nick Cortez, Vice President of CUHSD, with a short update. So CUHSD would like to first express our sincere condolences to the family of Rylan, as well as the family of Dietrich Slate. Dietrich was one of our CUHSD representatives from Branham. He dedicated over 20 years to this district and to his students. His loss he will be sorely missed by family, colleagues, students, and friends. These times have been very trying on everyone, and Chista wants to take a moment to recognize all the hard work everyone has been doing to support students. This has been very difficult and for the parents, students, and teachers, and we just want to recognize everyone's hard efforts and good efforts. Our members understand that it's nearly impossible to know what tomorrow will bring, let alone what next semester is going to look like. And we want to make sure that the board is aware that teachers are also anxiously waiting to know what the plan is for next semester. So the more heads up that teachers can get on any potential changes would be greatly appreciated. On another note, members have been asking for a clear protocol regarding administrative visits during distance learning. And hopefully we can get a consistent and thoughtful implementation across the district. And lastly, we would like to know if the November board workshop is going to be live streamed and available for viewing. Thank you, board.
Yeah, I can answer that one. Unless we move in person, we have to live stream all meetings until we're back in person legally. So, all right, so we're going to move on to item 8, our superintendent's report.
As I often do, most of my comments are going to be later in the meeting related to COVID. I do just want to thank all of those who spoke at the celebration of life for Mr. Lay, because I know it meant a lot to his family, the things that people had to say. And one thing I've noticed over the years is that often when they're seniors, the students, they kind of remember their junior and senior teachers and have lots of accolades for them. And often they sort of forget what freshman year was like or sophomore year is like. And, you know, a number of those speakers there were seniors who hadn't had Mr. Lay since being freshmen. And that really shows you something, that he stayed in their memories across those years.
Thank you, Bob. Item 9 are informational items, and we are going to start with a special edition of our Metro Ed and Silicon Valley CTE. Madam President, do you want to take it away? I'll unmute you. There you go.
Myself here. Thank you. I'm not going to say much because we have with us Superintendent Lynch this evening, which is wonderful. She'll be telling you most of what you need to know. I do want to express appreciation for something. We, during the exec board meeting, we appealed to the superintendents of each of our 6 JPA partner districts to hold enrollment stable for the coming year, to give us an opportunity to return to Sacramento and work on our appeal for direct funding. And I'm very gratified to report that we are only going to be down, it's either 81 or 86 students. Alyssa can correct me, one of the 2 numbers. Campbell will be down by 29 students, but across the 6 districts, we'll only be down 81 or 86 students. We had anticipated we might be down 300 students, and that would have been utterly devastating. So I'm very grateful to our districts that that's not going to happen. And I will leave the rest of the time for Superintendent Lynch.
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Bravo and board. I know that this is my 8th time visiting, so you know me well. I'm going to be pretty short and brief tonight. I did provide a PowerPoint presentation. If it comes on the screen, great. If not, no problem at all. He can go ahead and advance to the next slide as well already. And if you want to just increase the size of this slightly, that would be helpful. If not, not a problem. So this—
we have it on our computers too, so we can zoom in on
yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. This is just very brief. This is a school report card, a simple summary of the demographics of the students that attend our school from your district. Starts out with the ethnicity, and I'm just pointing out that the Hispanic population is the highest population of the students. And then in second place, it looks like it's the, I want to say Caucasian students. And then in third place, they declined not to choose their ethnicity. And then you can see the 11th graders are 44% and the 12th graders 55%. I consider that almost even. And then we're just showing 46% of the students with disabilities and then 13 students with 504 plans. And you can go to the next slide. This is ever so brief as well, just to share with you, we reduced the number of sections last year, a total of 6 sections. That was just basically a couple of teachers that retired. We didn't replace them. And then the cybersecurity class. We basically did that because that was a teacher that we thought really might be better suited to do something else. We wanted to improve that program, but again, couldn't afford to. So we use Canvas, and it sounds like from your report this evening that you use Canvas as well. We did a lot of professional development for our teachers in the summer, both our adult ed and then our high school teachers. And where we've moved now is that we're actually giving tours of our classrooms and what it looks like for students to be learning on Canvas. And we shared that with the board last night. So it's really a unique way of, if you're a board member or a parent, seeing how the students are learning. And we submitted this year for our CTIC grant we applied for $2.6 million. Last year we applied for 1.3, and that's what we received. We just submitted today our Strong Workforce grant for about $1.3 million. And then I will wrap up this presentation by telling you where we are with seeking funding from Sacramento as well. So next slide, please. And then like all districts in Santa Clara County, we had completed our reopening plan. And I personally was a little bit thankful when the governor stated that we were all going to go to distance learning because none of us were really ready to reopen. It was a real roller coaster throughout the summer. And so we're working on updating our reopening plan at this time. This one has been on our website. We had 7 task force meetings in the summer. And we have not resumed those, but like Campbell and like our other partners, we will not reopen until January as well. So next slide, please. This is just what we planned on doing. This is what it would look like had we opened in a hybrid model. You can go to the next slide. And this is the one that really took a lot of work on our part. If you look at it, Monday, we had to try to fit in 3 districts per day. And so trying to get all the students in, it was really, truly a nightmare in the summer, trying to work with all the different schedules in the different districts and what were they going to do. So we had settled on this particular model. We were going to, at one point, bring students back 1 day a week. At one point, it was 2 days a week. At another point, it was 4 days a week. The conversations throughout the summer were just they were changing all the time. So next slide, please. This is what I show you every year. These are the 261 students that completed our programs last year. It just shows you which programs that they were in, and automotive services looks to be like the most popular for a combination of Campbell students. And then after that, it looks like, let's see, after that was electrical, HVAC, and electrical maintenance. Next slide, please. This just basically shows you where your students come from, and Lee High School has the highest number. And then in second place was Del Mar, and after that, it looks like Westmont, and then Branham, and then Boynton. Next slide. Just the history of the enrollment, we like to show you that it's similar in this district to I think 3 or 2 of our other districts. And so I'll address that at the end. Next slide, please. And then in wrapping this up, so one of the goals for this year was to create a funding legislative action plan. And looking at this plan, simply, we started in July. Linda has been a big part of this. We started by talking to Ash Kalra and Evan Lowe to see if they would be interested in carrying legislation for us for direct funding. I worked with California Department of Education to get data on centers, and I will tell you there were 28 centers in 2002, and today there are 17 centers in California. So we know that we've had to work feverishly and really try to plan ahead. I met with Dr. Marianne Dewan to talk to her about our situation to see if there's something the county could do to help. We had many signatures, Ash Kalra, the congressman, the mayor, 21 signatures for a letter to go to the governor about our center. And just yesterday, I had a meeting with the Department of Finance, and it was a 55-minute meeting. I'm very pleased to say that the conversation went very well. I was surprised, almost shocked. And I don't know what it will look like, but they said that they wanted to help us. And they knew that we were a model center in Northern California. And personally, they did not even know that the situation, the hardship that has been in existence since LCFF took place. So it's a proof that the squeaky wheel, you know, when you get their attention and you don't stop talking and you keep talking about it, eventually something will work out for you. I was very fortunate. We had the governor's office on that call as well yesterday. And we also have a CTE coalition. I've asked other folks if they want to join in, and they were a little hesitant and said to me, you go first to Sacramento. So I did. And then finally, when speaking with the Department of Finance yesterday, they said right now not to really go for direct funding. I have to say they kind of chuckled at me and laughed a little bit because they said, well, you know how large the financial debt is or deficit here in California. And I'm not even sure I'm going to say it accurately, but I feel like they said something like $55 billion for education. I mean, I might be outrageous on that number, but they did laugh and chuckle and said, you know, here's the bottom line of what they told me. They said, we would like you to write up your scenario, give us a narrative, give us the data, and then they will take it to their boss and see what they can do to help us. So that's music to all of our ears. My hope is that what we will be able to do if we are able to get funding from the state, then we'd be able to restore some of the enrollment that has been declining in the districts. And I wholeheartedly respect and understand that because each of the districts has their own struggle as well. And so my final words are that I am gracious and I am thankful. I do feel like I gave a plea to the 6 superintendents to do the least harm possible in reducing our numbers, because frankly, I did the math and I knew that in 2022 that we would not be able to survive if we did take the hit of 300 and 100, 100, and 100. And so the bottom line is the structure of the way our model is set up is fractured and broken since LCFF. And I'm happy to be the voice to try to fix this in Sacramento. And they said that they were not aware of the problem. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Board, do you have any questions?
Alyssa, I apologize. Alyssa, just the group that you talked to that laughed at you?
Yeah.
Who was that?
It was the Department of Finance, and it was the educational deputy secretary to the governor in education. And they said it politely, you know.
Yeah.
Said, you know, we have to chuckle because you know that we're reducing all ADA in California.
Yeah. No, that was perfect. That I just missed who it was, but thank you.
Sorry. Okay.
No, it was me. You said it. I just didn't hear it. Thank you.
Yeah. Alyssa, Stacy. So first of all, I want to just, you said something about reopening in January, and I just want to point out that you are open.
Yeah, you're right.
There is learning going on. You are, and all other stuff. And
yes, the buildings are open. You're correct.
But I also want to, you know, and commend both you and Linda on your awareness campaign that you started, you know, weeks before the budgeting cycles of our local city and county. and how much progress you made in such a little bit of time to try to get funding locally to kind of give you that bridge to when you can get direct funding passed. So I'm very happy to hear that there might be a way to get that bridge funding from the state, which is basically what the city and county said. That's where it needs to come from. But I'm happy to hear that there's a possibility for that. And I just want to thank you for your advocacy. Career technical education is such an important part of our education ecosystem. And I want to be at a point where there's your site is absolutely overflowing with students in your classes again.
Thank you, Stacy, for saying that we're open. We had a wonderful presentation last night from a young man and his teacher in law enforcement, and what an inspiring teacher. He has managed to create this cohesive team spirit in his class. He got a great big huge monitor. He can see his whole class at the same time. They pause for group calisthenics in which he participates too. But the young man who was telling us how he felt about the class was very clear that he felt that he was in a class. He didn't feel disconnected. And I asked him how he felt about his distance learning experience across the board. And he said, well, I'm very comfortable on the computer, so it's kind of been in my wheelhouse anyway. We know that's not true for all students, but it was wonderful that it was true for him. And as far, Robert, as people laughing when we ask for money, I haven't asked anybody for money that hasn't laughed. It doesn't stop you. That's what you expect, and you keep asking, because what we know is that there's always money somewhere. It's a little bit like the hotel business. Anybody who's ever worked in hospitality knows that hotels are never completely out of rooms. There's always 1 or 2 rooms kept back in case a VIP shows up. Well, it's the same thing with money. We just have to make our case strongly enough that we get some money out of one of those set aside rooms, and we will get there. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Well, Lisa, thank you so much for keeping us updated and that all that you have done. I think echoing just what Stacey and Robert said, it's really inspiring to watch. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good meeting. Good
All
night.
right. All right, everyone, that takes us to item 10, which is our consent calendar. Action on all consent calendar items will be acted upon in one motion with no discussion prior to the board vote, unless a board member or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion by trustees or any interested party. Each consent item approved by the board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Is there any item someone would like to pull from tonight's consent calendar?
Yes, 12C and 13D.
12C, 13D.
Move to approve with 12C and 13D pulled.
Second.
All right, so motion by Robert, second by Stacy. Discussion? All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, with a 5-0 vote, that motion passes. Item 12 is to approve a new job description, support hub tutor.
Right, and I spoke briefly with Dr. Bravo today. My first question had been, will this just be one hub tutor? And I believe you indicated that no, we're looking for multiple hub tutors. And I'm very pleased to see this job description on the consent calendar. I read the fine print. It follows pretty much the AVID job description. I wanted to ask how many, the longer version online mentioned connectivity hubs. How many connectivity hubs do we have operating at the moment? And that
So-
would be a John question.
Sorry. No, we have 2 connectivity hubs at this moment at 2 different sites.
Where,
But we
where,
also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
where are those?
We have connectivity hubs at Del Mar and at Branham.
Okay.
Then we have some alternative kinds of things happening out there as well. So like at Prospect, there's a cohort of EL 1s and 2s that have some on-campus time. And so there are various different things happening based on the different campuses and capacity and things like that. And at the study session next week, I know that it's not the focus of the agenda, but I could give you more information.
Okay, because I'll wait for that, but I'm interested in knowing how soon we might have a significant number of small group cohorts on each of our school sites. So we'll be discussing that October 22. Would that be when we?
Well, yeah, I could give you an update at that time. And I will try and get something to you in writing tomorrow, because I have been for the past few days this week, I've been meeting with each of the principals just to review not only, the programs that they have now, but start activating or thinking about, let's set Veterans Day as sort of like a benchmark. Where do we want to be by Veterans Day? And then where do we want to be by after Thanksgiving? And so I'm having my last principal meeting tomorrow, and hopefully can share with you a summary of those meetings in writing.
Move to approve 12C.
Second.
All right, motion by Linda, second by Stacy. Any more discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
And Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, the 5-0 vote, the motion passes. 13D is to approve recommended course for the 2020-2021 academic school year.
I just pulled it so I could say that I'm really glad to see this. This is to provide academic credit for our student board members. They've worked very hard, they deserve it, and I'm glad that this got done. So move to approve.
I'll
Second.
second.
Give it to Christina.
Sorry?
Give it to Christina.
Okay. Motion by Linda, second by Christina. Any more discussion?
Yeah, I agree. We talked about this a while ago when we were doing board policy reviews. And so I'm glad to see it going into place. And I'm glad to see that our student board members who do so much, it's almost like it's like what we do, right? It's like people ask me, how many hours a week do you spend on, board stuff? And I go, I don't even know. It just kind of all blends together kind of stuff. But these guys are on top of a full class load and writing college apps this year and all this other stuff. They're out meeting with everybody. They're writing the homework policy and all this other stuff. So it's the least that we could do is recognize them and give them credit on their transcript for that. So I want to thank these board members and our future board members who will have a very high bar to meet.
And then you should all save this recording for your video portfolio or whatever. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Ditto. I'll ditto Stacy's comments.
Yeah, just y'all are the best. And I mean, I know they all, like, everybody knows how much you work, but I feel like I know a little bit even more how much you work. But yeah, just glad that you get to have some recognition for that. There isn't enough that we could ever do to recognize you, but this is a small piece. Happy to be able to do that.
Yeah, and thank you, Herman. This is probably a lot of work for something that affects a couple students each year, but students who are so well, they deserve it so much. So thank you for putting in the extra mile during everything else that's going on. We all really appreciate it. So we do have a motion. We have a second. Is there any more discussion?
I guess I would add one more thing in the statement of the value of the proposed course. It says participating in bi-monthly board meetings. I don't know if there's been 2 meetings only in the last several months. Can you put a plus in there? I moved it. I would like to see 2 bi-monthly plus board meetings.
Yeah.
Just a name, joking, right?
No,
You're being serious?
I'm being serious. It's pretty regular. There's more than 2 a month. Pretty
Oh,
regular.
yeah, we've been meeting every week. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay. So what would the wording say?
Just put a plus after the bi-monthly.
Bi-monthly plus.
Yeah. That's a technical term, but just a
Cool.
plus sign right there.
All right. Is that friendly to the original maker of the motion?
Yes.
Is that friendly to the second?
Yes.
Cool. Any more discussion?
No.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich.
Emphatically aye.
All right, the 5-0 vote passes. Thank you. All the way down to 16A. 16A is consideration of action regarding the district response to COVID-19. Dr. Bravo.
So, John, we're ready for this week's collection of slides. Thank you, John. So I'm going to start off tonight with just sharing with you just a couple of highlights from the Learning from Home survey. And this is a survey that's designed by WestEd. So we don't design the questions. This is something that WestEd offered and we took advantage of. Just putting that caveat out there that we did not design the questions. It's not that they're bad, but they do have their limits. But just a couple of points from that survey. So this was asking students about basically what their experience is during learning from home time. So if I can have the first one. So we have heard about the homework in a sense, I'm sorry. Well, no, we have heard about homework in the sense that it's a lot. And this question from the Learning from Home survey doesn't explicitly address homework, but it asks hours doing daily schoolwork. And so students were asked, and you can see that 9th graders in spring 2020 were asked, and then kids who were 9th graders in fall 2020 were asked. So these aren't the same students. If you read it straight across, 9th graders in the spring versus 9th graders now. The question was, how many 9th and 10th graders reported doing at least 2 hours of schoolwork from home daily compared to last spring? So what we see is that 9th and 10th graders, it's a smaller amount of 9th graders saying, yes, we're doing more than 2. If you want to try and think of it as cohorts, you could try and read it that way. So imagine a little bit of a diagonal line so that those who were 9th graders in spring of 2020, that 79% that said, yes, I have 2 or more days, that they would be the 10th graders now for fall 2020. So that 79% is to 75. So it's actually a little bit less. It's students actually reporting a little bit less or a little bit less likely. Where you see the big jump, well, and even that is somewhat, big is probably not the right word, but like if you take a look at the students who were juniors in the spring of 2020, how they respond, 77% said they do 2 or more hours. If you look at the seniors of the fall 2020, it's 80%. So it looks a little bit like the upper grades. They are more likely to say they're doing more than 2 hours a day than the underclassmen. Unfortunately, this question, it just says hours doing daily schoolwork. And so it doesn't really call out homework per se. If we can have the next one, John. This question asks students about academic motivation. And so this shows the percent of students reporting that they feel academically motivated. And this is based, students were asked to express themselves on a Likert scale. And so this combines those who strongly agree or agree that they are motivated to do their academics. And you can see some of the changes here. It's a little bit improved. And if we could see the next slide. This question is about sadness, the percent of students reporting that they felt sad. It's actually decreased compared to spring semester overall. It doesn't mean everything's fine, but just we just want to provide you some of the highlights of this report. What we saw around these three particular indicators is that when we disaggregate it by ethnic group or gender, when it, with the exception of sadness, because there really isn't a difference, or that you can really point to between different ethnic groups. When it comes to gender, female students are more likely to report sadness than males, but that tends to be the pattern. If we could have that. So the next one, okay, yeah, this one. All right. Now I'm just sharing with you, though, that learning from home survey from West Ed, that's closed. So those are sort of final results. Right now we have in progress a survey right now about planning for the spring semester. And this is a survey that's gone out to staff, students, parents, and guardians. So these are preliminary results because this is a survey that is still open. It's been open for about a week. It's going to be open for the tail end of this week, and then it will close. So this is just, again, giving you a preliminary snapshot. And if anybody who is watching or listening to this board meeting hasn't taken it yet, by all means, take the survey. So one of the questions was asking folks about their current level of comfort about returning to campus. And we saw that right now, at least preliminarily, but the majority of staff have responded. We do have the majority of staff responses. That 29% indicated that they were comfortable returning to campus based on what they know right now. Students, 50% have indicated they were comfortable returning. Now the size of student response, the sample is better than we usually get with surveys when we survey students, but it's not nearly as strong as staff and parent responses. And then right now, parents and guardians, 59% have indicated that they're comfortable with their students returning to campus for in-person support or activities. So a little bit of a spread, and it's not totally unexpected. These are preliminary. Things could change, but this is the trend that we're seeing right now. And it's interesting to me that we see some parents who are more comfortable than potentially their students are. But one of the things that I think I've said this before, but in case that I haven't, one of the things that I didn't understand well at the beginning of shelter-in-place time is that how much that we have a good number of students that they're not so worried about themselves and their own personal health, but they are worried about the health of loved ones, and don't want to feel like they're responsible for making loved ones ill. All groups across the board showed a very strong acceptance. So when it says majority, we're talking like 60, up in the 60s, the 70% agreeing that they would be supportive or somewhat supportive of a plan that prioritizes specific student groups for in-person support. So, I mean, that's the sort of the starting place that we're under now, insofar as we can find ways to have students with disabilities or English learners, or maybe students that don't have a study space at home to try and have some access to campus. And at least right now, a very strong majority find that to be an acceptable strategy. And the next slide, I think it's going to just say questions. But so those are just some survey overviews in terms of what we're working on. I did mention it a little bit earlier in the meeting that to this point, what's happened at sites has been a little bit sort of organic, where we've offered support to principals to help them get some cohorts of kids on campus. But now we're trying to be a little bit more strategic around, okay, where are we going to be by this day? And then what are we going to be by this day? And really, we want to make sure that if we have expanded opportunities at second semester for students to be on campus, we want to know that we have some staff that are already familiar with certain routines and protocols, that we don't that we're not jumping from nobody's been on campus to all of a sudden hundreds of students are on campus. Now I'll do questions.
And board, I think during future planning, we could do it now. I know we were going to have a special board meeting end of November, early December, and we have our doodle poll results to figure out. Let's go to normal questions first, but we could end this by figuring out that date.
If I can just add one more thing, I apologize, I forgot. But this week, when the superintendents of the county all convened together with county superintendent, just as a piece of context, there is no high school, no public high schools in the county that have any plans or believe it's feasible to go to serving large number of students in person within this calendar year. So by all means, we want to learn from each other in terms of what's happening in other districts, but it is complex. It is hard logistically to figure out how to do this at the high school level. It's a little bit, not to say it's easy, but it's a little bit easier at the elementary school level, in large part because if you have self-contained classes where students have one teacher, it's a lot easier to figure out how to do that and maintain social distancing, et cetera, than when students are going to 5 or 6 different teachers.
All right, so I know at our last meeting, we laid out the timeline. We could reference it again, but are there any specific questions about Dr. Bravo's report or just where we're at in that timeline?
Yes.
Go for it.
When was the WestEd survey administered?
Is Jen on this?
She's not.
Oh, I don't think so. Oh, well, you mean the most recently? It was about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so these results that we're looking at are from 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to get a better idea of what we're comparing. The second question or thought is, I know this is a survey, but I'm wondering what this data in terms of comfort level returning to campus looks like disaggregated by our different subgroups, and whether there are big differences between our monolingual households, between socioeconomic, factors, between, race and ethnicity. I think that's an important part to consider when we're looking at this whole picture. So I don't know if it's possible to get that information, but I would be interested to see, just to kind of know, is the sample size here proportional to our community, or are we seeing over underrepresentation within these numbers?
Yeah, I appreciate that. As these are preliminary results, we haven't tried to look at that level yet.
So I'm just going to give some commentary. first of all, every or twice a month, the Santa Clara County School Boards Association meets with Dr. Dewan to get updates, to get the updates that she gives to the superintendents, to the board members, and they happen to happen on the day of our school board meeting. So that happened today at 3 o'clock. And yes, not only do high school or districts that have high schools in them, unifieds and high school districts, are struggling with figuring out how to reopen and be able to maintain the guidelines that the public health and county of ed have provided for us to be able to do it safely. The way I think about it is, you know, as we're moving through tiers and we're lifting restrictions, right? So now it's like only a certain percentage, only a certain number of people can be at the grocery store at one time. And there's a kid, or at least there used to be a kid clicking, you know, seeing if, you know, oh, there's too many, make a line, you know, that kind of thing. We don't have the capability to do that very effectively in high school, because when you think about, and I'm just going to use Branham as an example, there's 1,923 students at Branham at the last time I checked what attendance was. And I don't know how you create a schedule that allows us to bring enough or small enough groups of students on campus and be able to maintain the safety guidelines. So that's kind of the puzzle we're trying to figure out. And we're not alone in this. All the other high school districts and even Palo Alto Unified are basically saying, yeah, we got to all work on this together. We have to learn from each other, learn what's working and all that kind of good stuff. I've been following our partner districts a little bit and what their reopening plans are at the K-8 level. And they range from a don't let this happen to you scenario all the way through to very well thought out and planned with excellent stakeholder engagement. And I will tell you that the things that were success drivers was data, was having good, timely data to be able to make informed decisions on. And community engagement and making sure that the community understood what the problems are we're trying to solve and all that kind of good stuff. So so I want to make sure that in our plan right now, as we you're in the preliminary stages of the data, as Christina talked about, I want to make sure that and I think that the somewhat likely types of questions are the way to ask those questions. But being able to basically turn that data into actionable, data, it may allow us to make data informed decisions is going to be critical to our success with our reopening. The other thing is about this petition that Gitanjali mentioned that Branham students sent around a couple of weekends ago. And it was titled, Branham High School Needs to Reevaluate Distance Learning and Mental Health Services. And I was really pleased to see Principal Lawton took the opportunity of like 500 plus students signing this petition to create, to reach out to students and create an opportunity for them to come and have the ear of the administrators. And I was invited and I sat in and I listened, and it was, I think it helped a lot. I think it helped them feel heard. It gave them a place to vent their frustrations, but not just vent frustrations, but kind of make recommendations on how we can improve things. there's follow-up, there's actions that the site is already taking, and they've actually made this forum, they called it the Wellness Forum. They've made it a bi-monthly forum. The first one they've integrated in with the Student Senate. They basically made the Student Senate, table, bigger for more people to come in and participate. And then they have this opportunity for ongoing communication with students about checking in on how things are going and then reporting that out. So some of the themes that I heard in the forum that was held on October 7th was students are anxious, stressed, and overwhelmed more than ever due to the pandemic. Students are not feeling heard by their teachers and administrators. And distance learning is difficult for students because of the lack of social connection between their peers and teachers, and the technology is confusing due to a lack of consistency. So that's just one site and one group of about 30 students who came together and had their breakout sessions and then reported back out. I think when you talk about one of the things from the preliminary data results is I think it's pretty consistent with what we're hearing that staff is pretty low on the feeling comfortable returning to work scale. And I think that is, there's a lot of fear involved in that. And I think that we have to acknowledge that, and that we have to give everybody space to, feel what they're going to feel. And we can't let that divide us as a community. But I think it's our job at this point to kind of turn the fear into, let's, figure out what we need to do to really reduce the risk to you, because that's what it's really about. Life is full of risk, and you try to do what you can to make things less risky and more manageable. And I think that's really what the task is here for everybody, to be able to feel like coming back to our school sites for whatever activities that we're doing is a managed risk and not a risk that would cause fear. I also think that, and some of the feedback that I also heard from a teacher while we were waiting for the kids to come back into after the breakouts was, we need to lead by example. And so, we can't expect our teachers and our staff and our students to return to school while we continue to hold our public meetings remotely. And so I think that our reopening plan has to include how we are going to start meeting in person and or hybrid or whatever that's going to look like. I just don't think it's not leading to basically say, yeah, don't be afraid, it'll be okay, go back to school, but we're still doing everything 100% distance. So I think that's going to be an important thing for us to do as part of this reopening. The other pieces of what worked in the feeder districts versus what didn't work is when they had clearly delineated stages of reopening with clear entry and exit criteria. We know we're in stage X and we're planning on going to the next stage here, and this is what we need to evaluate before we move into the next stage. I think one of the things that we talked about, last time was safety plans that are going to have to be vetted by many different organizations in order to make sure that we are meeting the requirements correctly. We need to make sure that as part of that risk reduction planning, that everybody understands the safety plan, so there's no surprises, and that they can build confidence in it's going to be okay if we resume our more in person. And then lastly, I know that everybody is focused on instruction, and we're worried about learning loss. And that's why we want to bring people back for instruction. But I still contend that it's a whole new world out there. And I think that the more immediate need, for bringing students back on campus is for social emotional activities. They need the connection. They need, it's that simple. And if they need supports on the instructional stuff, so be it. But I really want us to consider focusing more on social emotional learning as we start returning students to campus, versus just the get them back in the classroom because they're 3 units behind type of reaction. It's going to be okay. Higher education is going to be different. It already is different, because they're online and students are going, you know what? I don't want to pay all this money to sit in a dorm room and take Zoom classes. So that's kind of the reality that we're in today. So that's my commentary. Thank you for listening.
I'd like to add a few thoughts to that. We have a multi-pronged challenge. The first part of it is not, are we going back to in-person learning, but on what timetable and through what process, and how will that look, and how will that happen in waves to get us back to full-on in-person learning? The second thing is that we talk about returning to in-person learning as though it would ever be the same, that it's ever going to be as carefree as it was. That's not going to be true for a long time. We're going to be in a certain zone of, I guess you would call it, cost-benefit analysis. And I'd like to take just a moment to read a few passages from something that I found online a few days ago, written about this in another state. Every decision is wrong for someone. In my 40 years in education, the best advice for decision-making was to err on the side of caution. Doing what was best for kids was usually a safety-first proposition. That advice has not changed in 2020. What has changed is any sense of clarity over the definition of safety. Because we're talking about safety in terms of not getting the virus, but we have to talk about safety in terms of mental health. We have to talk about safety as a multifaceted concept. And to continue, what seems like the right decision today looks wrong tomorrow. What is the right decision for Juan may be the wrong decision for Rachel. What's good for Mr. Smith is unfit for Mrs. Jones. It's not a one-size-fits-all proposition. And then there's this interesting comparison to our time in the automobile, and I think it's worth reading this. Over the years since the advent of the automobile, the number of miles driven by Americans has, to say the least, increased. Along the way, we have learned to mitigate risk, manage safety, change behavior, improve technology to make driving safer, and we still lost 36,560 people to traffic fatalities in 2018. But over the past 100 years, we've slowly made decisions to balance the risk and rewards of driving. We've made decisions about driver training, requiring four-wheel brakes, requiring airbags and seatbelts. And all of these decisions and expenses balanced the risks of driving with the necessity and the convenience of doing it. Take decisions that involve people's lives at an ever-changing knowledge base, because that's what we have right now. Our picture of where we are with our cases and whether cases are increasing, decreasing, where we are. It's a very unstable picture. Compress the time needed for decisions from 100 years to 100 days, or in our case, much, much less. And we have our current situation. And I was talking with Dr. Bravo this afternoon, and I said, you know, I heard a long, long time ago, the Arizona Superintendent of Schools say, what we have failed to do is we have failed to educate about education. And that has stuck in my head like a giant guilt trip all these decades. And I always tried to do it when I could, but it's true. Educators are so busy educating and administrating and school boarding that we forget to take the time out to educate about education. And so what I want to say is that I am absolutely so connect with the parents who are distressed and want to see their students back in school. Very, very, that resonates with me. But we all have to do this together, and we're going to need a lot of support to get it done. As Stacy mentioned, we don't have the capacity right now to social distance 8,000 students in facilities that are already at capacity. We're going to find a way to make that happen. We also know that a certain percentage of students, excuse me, when something really matters to me, this has happened to me all my life, my throat closes up. So give me just a moment. We also know that a certain percentage of our staff is going to want to apply for leaves because they either have a pre-existing condition or they're caring for somebody who does. We know that there will be a percentage of families who don't want their students to return. And it would seem easy to match up those two groups. They can continue to do distance learning while everybody comes back. Were it that simple, oh, I wish, because it isn't just a matter of coordinating those groups. It's coordinating those groups by subject matter. And we offer a vast number of subjects. So this becomes an incredibly complex endeavor with multiple stakeholders and multiple positions. And we have got to find a way to pull together as a community without blaming, without pointing fingers, to do the very best we can, to do the very best for everybody. That's all I wanted to add.
I have a couple of thoughts based on what y'all brought up. In thinking about moving forward here, you know, we obviously all have different vantage points in terms of the complexity of this. I think, you know, teachers obviously have one perspective. I myself am a teacher. When I think of coming back in person, I think teachers probably have the most questions of what does that actually mean? I think parents can potentially imagine like, okay, I'm going to send my child to school and this is what it might look like. Students might be able to imagine that based on their own experience in their own classrooms and imagining. I think where I see these numbers being really different for these groups of our stakeholders, I think comes around the understanding and the nuance of the complexity with the need for information. And so I think that comfort level when it comes to teachers, there may be teachers that think I'm not comfortable because I have no idea what that means. And that there may be more teachers who are comfortable once there are more ideas about what that could mean. And so as we continue to plan, I think just in terms of taking the community along this process, being able to provide different options of, you know, this is an option, but this doesn't work because X, or this is an option that we're considering, so that people have a little bit more information. I think especially when we are in and circumstances where we feel so out of control, the more information we can get, even if it's not decisions, are the most helpful for our community. I know myself, you know, we as elected leaders get like daily, weekly emails from the county public health department. I'm constantly looking at our case numbers. I'm constantly looking at, you know, what is the current guidance. I, as a teacher myself, am thinking about, okay, I actually have to figure out how to do this instruction. And when I think about doing hybrid instruction, it sounds insane because that's not simply just putting a camera on and then teaching the kids. I mean, it's doing two jobs at once. Am I willing to do it for students? Absolutely, because if that's what we need to do, that's what we need to do. And I think teachers across the board are willing to do that. I think my point is just that there's the comfort level as we continue to move in that direction eventually, whether it's part of our community, whether it's the whole group. I think, you know, the district has been doing a good job of bringing people along this process. And I think the more information we can give as we go along, even if it's talking about, you know, options that don't work, we can be bringing our community along with that. The other thing I want to bring up is just, you know, I mean, I care hugely about mental health, and I spend a lot of time in my own classroom talking about and learning about social and emotional learning. We're learning about moods and attitudes today with my third graders, and talking about how we can have different moods and how they change and what are tools we can use to move between different moods. It matters to me greatly. And I know that based on psychological research that I've seen, one of the best things we can do in terms of trauma and, you know, a pandemic is to provide some level of consistency, right? And so I think about in terms of mental safety, right? Like the mental health aspect is so difficult because there are risks in every situation. And, you know, I think that we do need to prioritize and figure out how are we not only providing mental health services within our district, but also how are we connecting our community? I know we've gotten a lot more resources consolidated onto one place on the website, but there are, you know, families that are fortunate to have health insurance. There are providers within the larger community, and it doesn't have to all come from within our district. And so I'm just wondering about what we can do better to connect students. And I know that that's a really difficult thing because students are minors and maybe don't want to talk to their parents about it. And then just one last thing is, I think, you know, it was brought up earlier that a lot of these, a lot of the requirements and a lot of what we will have to do costs money. And as we're continuing to make progress, I think we need to just keep in mind that there are going to be private schools that are able to open up a lot earlier than us because they do have the funds to do that. And our students are still going to be, you know, in competition with their peers across the country when it comes to opportunities when they leave us. And that's not to say that we don't talk about social emotional or we just do, you know, instruction. I think it's just helpful to keep in mind the larger context of where we are. And it just makes everything more complicated.
You brought up something that I meant to get into, and that's money. Because I can't figure out how we're going to do this if we have a certain percent of our staff continuing to do distance teaching and the rest doing hybrid or in-person learning, how we're going to have enough people and where we would find the money for more people. And if for some reason our parcel tax doesn't renew November 3, that's a $5 million loss a year right there when we don't even have, you know, money lying around for more staff that we need right now. Stacy said it at the last board meeting. We have not been adequately funded for normal situations, let alone this situation.
So my quick thoughts, I think what I think right now probably doesn't matter all that much because things are going to radically change. We're 47 days away from our proposed call on this. If you ask me right now, I think we probably need to get kids back in a classroom in some sort of way by January. Yes. I just also talked to my friend in London this morning who was feeling very happy a month ago, and now everything is shut back down, right? So I think we are going to hear calls, and we heard them today, about you need to tell us what's happening now. If we do that, I think it is a dumb move because we're not going to have all the information. And so what matters to me, one, I think the timeline that y'all set up last time is a good timeline. We're in the listen mode. We're in the learn mode. That is okay. We don't have to have strong reactions to all the data that's coming in today, but we should have strong reactions in 47 days to that. So 3 things that matter to me. One, I want to know what people in our system feel and what they want. That matters to me. The second thing that matters to me is I want to know what the science says. I want to understand, am I going to kill someone by opening schools back up 5 steps down the line? Have we seen evidence of that? What has happened in other countries where they've opened high schools? You know, I want to know what science says. And the third thing is I want to know what our peers do. I think it speaks volumes that there are 0 public high schools in our county. Even if the state is saying, oh, well, it's not really our fault. We changed things from a red to an orange. Therefore, that's all they're just covering, right? They're pushing the decision down because they don't want to take accountability for things, right? They haven't set up a system where any public school in our county has set up, right? It's by design to put pressure on us. That is okay. I can live with that. but understanding what our peers do over the next 47 days matters to me. Everything else right now, I think, is just academic. That's where I'm at.
I don't think I'm going to add much to the conversation. I think the last piece I would say is, you said it's going to matter that we have the data, make that our decisions are going to matter. And it may be, open at hybrid, it may be another month of this or we're going there. I think it is telling that the rest of the county is not opening high schools. I don't even know many 7th and 8th grades that have started yet. I know in Campbell L, they're not to that grade level coming back yet. So, but I am really glad to hear that we're trying to bring some groups on campus, trying to identify ways that we can get some community going on. So, like I said, I don't think there's much I can add to this conversation right now. Everybody has said quite a bit, and we'll keep listening.
Gitanjali or Riley, do you have anything you want to add, being the student voice?
I actually had one question now about 30 minutes ago. On the data that was received, how many students were there? Like you said, there wasn't a ton or not as much as expected. Like at least how many people did we get to fill out that survey?
So again, the survey is still open, but in the results you're seeing, for staff, the level of response was 366, which is over 50%. Students 629, out of more like 8,000. So believe it is better than we often get when we do surveys of students, but not still where we would like to be. And parents so far, 2,312.
Great. Is there anything
I was muted when I said, wow.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good representation. I don't think we've ever seen that number come from parents before.
And what was the number again?
Parents, the data that I showed you, preliminary, because it's still open, was so far, that data was based on responses from 2,312 parents.
Yeah.
So one piece of feedback that I did hear from the students at Branham that I met with the change.org students at Branham I met with last week, is that when it came to the West Ed survey, which I think was done over October 1st and 2nd, a lot of them didn't even know about it. But they were interested in having the data shared with them. So,
well, we got a much better response actually, though, on the West Ed survey. So the number of students who took the West Ed survey was 6,332.
Okay, well, I'm just passing along some anecdotal information, but we got to remember that, parents like email, staff, we've got ways to communicate with them. Our students, this generation, I'm gonna do my okay boomer impersonation. They communicate differently than we do, and let's just make sure that we know how to reach out to them so that they do take the survey and let us know what they're thinking.
Stacy, 75% took.
But okay, let's move on. Is there anything else on COVID-19? Okay, board, do you want to take a break before going to our next topic, or do you want to power through? Break. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 8-minute break and come back at 7:55 p.m. All right, if trustees could start to head back. All right, just waiting on Linda. All right. So let's call this meeting back to order. It is 7:57 p.m. And all the board members are accounted for. We're going to move on to item 16B, the third reading of board policy 6154, the homework and makeup work policy. Student board members,
Lots of improvements.
take it away.
All right.
We're just waiting for the presentation and we'll begin.
Great.
Before we begin, we just want to thank you all for 13D. We didn't know that was happening, but thank you for giving us the opportunity to be student board members and the opportunity for us to change the policy.
Yeah, we really do appreciate it. It means a lot to us. So yeah, we did not know it was happening beforehand, and all of a sudden we're like, oh my God. So we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm Gitanjali. I'm a senior at Branham High School, and I'm one of the student board members.
And I am Riley. I am a senior at Prospect, and I am the other student board member. So today we're going to be presenting board policy 6154 for its third read, which is also the homework/makeup work policy.
Next slide. Okay, we want to begin by thanking everyone who was involved in this process. We appreciate the time that was put into making this policy a reality. So we want to thank Emily Martinez, who was the previous student board member. She graduated from Del Mar last year. We probably wouldn't even be presenting this policy if it weren't for her. She contributed a lot to the policy, from writing it to talking to other stakeholders and leading SSAC meetings. So we're just really appreciative of her. So next, we want to thank Kiki, Stacy, and Kaylin for attending meetings and giving us a lot of guidance through this process. We also want to thank Dr. Bravo and Michelle for all being there whenever we wanted a question answered. We have never written a policy before, but you all were always here to give us guidance whenever we needed it. We want to thank Trista, department chairs, all teachers and principals for making the time available to us to give feedback, whether it be in person or through Zoom, surveys, or emails. We wanted to make sure that this policy didn't just work for students, but for teachers too. And we're really appreciative of all the feedback that we've received from these groups. Lastly, we want to thank the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, which is a group of students that help give us feedback on student perspectives, and they contributed to many edits on the draft as well. Next slide.
Yeah, and so today's presentation is going to be a similar format we did in June and then mid-July. We're going to talk about why we revised the policy, kind of what our reasoning was, what we wanted to accomplish, and why you see a lot of the things you do. We're going to also then talk about like how we got input from a variety of stakeholders and kind of what revisions were contributed based on their input. Then we're going to talk about what specific edits have been made, particularly since the July 16th reading, because there have been quite a few. And then we're going to talk about what is next, what is our possible implementation and our possible enforcement plans in the future.
Yeah, so there were really like 4 main reasons that we wanted to edit the policy and take on this monster. So first, we noticed that students were often stressed with the workload that they were given. There were many conversations with SSAC last year and our site visits. We found that mental health was the biggest concern that students had. And when we dug deeper, we found that homework contributed to a lot of increased amounts of stress and anxiety levels. So we believe this policy will significantly help students' social-emotional health overall, especially those who are struggling. Second, we wanted to provide more opportunities for students to take honors, AP, and IB classes. Through our conversations with students and principals, we learned that increased amounts of homework and summer homework were both barriers for students to take these higher level courses. So by making summer homework optional and decreasing the amount of homework across all levels of courses, we hope that this encourages more students to enroll in these classes. Like I mentioned before, we noticed that a lot of teachers were giving homework loads that students could not effectively complete. We wanted to place a limit on the homework assigned so that students wouldn't feel burdened by the amount given to them. So we hope this encourages teachers to connect classroom curriculum more heavily to homework assignments. And we've also added in a clearer definition of homework to guide teachers on assigning more meaningful assignments. Lastly, we wanted to eliminate homework over summer and winter break, as well as limit the amount of homework on holiday breaks like spring break, Thanksgiving break, President's break. We believe that breaks should be free from academics and that it shouldn't be an opportunity to be given a lot added work or large assignments. So in the draft on week-long assignments, we have reduced the amount of homework to be equivalent to a single day assignment. So now these breaks are going to be treated like a weekend instead of a week off. And during summer, we've allowed teachers to assign optional homework to prevent learning loss. And on winter break, there is no homework to be assigned. Next slide. So we just want to give you a little bit of history on the steps that we've taken to be able to present this policy to y'all today. As mentioned previously, we wanted to make sure this policy is most responsive to our stakeholders' needs. So we will be presenting the timeline in terms of feedback that we've gotten. So from November of last year to July of this year, we spent a lot of the time drafting the policy and understanding what we wanted to get out of the policy. Through many meetings with department chairs, principals, CHSD, and surveys to all teachers, we were able to gather more input on what other groups wanted in the policy. We had the first read on June 25th and a second read on July 16th, where it was decided that we should spend more time consulting with teachers, specifically AP teachers, to see if this is a realistic solution for their classroom. From July 16th to now, we've spent most of our time trying to gather feedback and have revised the policy many times. We presented the policy to the new Superintendent Student Advisory Council, and they believe this met the needs of students. We held 2 Zoom meetings with department chairs and all teachers who helped us rework the 60-minute time limit, the limited homework over break, and the distinctions between excused and unexcused absences. We also had meetings with Dr. Bravo and CHSD, who helped us clarify a lot of the policy writing process. Lastly, we tried to be as transparent as we could by continuously sending email updates to keep stakeholders in the loop. Through these meetings, we've been able to fine-tune a lot of the policy and make sure that teachers are on the same page as students in regards to homework. We've gotten a lot more approval from AP teachers who now believe this is a good compromise and can be realistically implemented across the district. And now we're presenting the policy for a 3rd read and are seeking approval.
Next slide. And so since the July 16th meeting, we've made many new changes to the policy. First off, we've changed the effective date of the policy. So we had a bunch of timelines presented for you. And of course, we went with the mid-October one. And as of right now, we would hope for this to be in place for the next school year. So the 2021-2022 school year. And this would help give us enough time to work with a variety of groups over the next couple months. We also defined preparation, practice, and application and added it into the policy. We thought it could be helpful to a lot of the teachers if we clarified what we meant in terms of getting meaningful homework and adding contributions to this. And so we put these definitions directly into the policy. With it, we also got rid of the guidelines that we had in the past because we felt we had done so much explaining within the policy itself that the guidelines weren't really serving a purpose. If we go and negotiate with groups and there's parts that need clarifying, Gitanjali and I can always write up like our rationale for certain things, but we don't think the guidelines are really serving any purpose. We also reworked the 60-minute time limit. So it's trying to be flexible with teachers, but also working with the concerns of students. So we tried to get it where it's a goal that every teacher should reach, but again, it is very tough to put a strict number on the policy because we understand that some students may take 5 minutes, some students may take 2 hours to do the same homework assignment. And so it's really hard to judge this gap. So as of how we look at it right now, is that this 60-minute time limit should be what a majority of students are taking most of the time. So if every student in that class is taking 4 hours to do homework and it is way overdone, this is clearly violating the policy, but we do not expect students to sit down, time themselves for 60 minutes and then stop doing homework because it went over that limit. So, and we have also added that this 60-minute time limit does not apply for studying for assessments because studying for assessments is something that is quite subjective. So we can't really judge because some students may choose to study a lot more than others. And this is not really part of the homework load. This is part of how much students reinforce their material. We've also removed summer homework since the last time we have met. This would mean that there's no mandatory work that students have to complete over the summer. We found that this was one of the main causes why students were not taking advanced classes and that it was not always being used to the best potential. Now there can be optional work may be assigned for classes like math or history that build on previous years, but nothing should be expected to be completed by the students. And any of the optional work that may have been assigned cannot be due until 10 days upon returning into the classroom. We've also changed the expectations of excused and unexcused makeup work. We did this partly because we wanted to give the teachers more freedom to delegate how they would determine making up assessments because we didn't feel that there was a simple thing we could have done for everyone. So we're trying to be most responsive. And then we did also add in one requirement in that if I miss a day of class for an assignment, I must be given at least 1 day to make up that assignment. That was the minimum, but it could always go on for more than that. But for the most part, we want to keep the testing up to teachers, especially with excused and unexcused absences where many other problems might arise. And then we've also made many grammar edits since last time, but we don't believe anything else changed the substance too much. It just made our point more concise. Next slide. And so now we're talking about what would be our implementation process and then eventually the enforcement process that we go with. We want to establish some type of student feedback loop where students become more comfortable speaking out with some of these problems. They can be able to communicate with their teachers more freely and communicate with maybe their administrators in a better way because we find that most students are still not comfortable sending an email or even asking their teachers questions during study hall. So we want to fix that. We also want to make sure that all teachers understand the new policy. They know what goes into it and how it will be enforced at each of their schools. And so in doing that, we also want to make sure the students know about the policy, that both sides can kind of be held responsible for their parts of the equation. And then we also meet with principals, and so they can kind of set up a plan at each of the schools to make sure this gets to the department chairs and gets to the right groups, and make sure we have it already in place. And then as recommended by a couple trustees, possibly doing some student and teacher development days, maybe having students kind of rash out some of their concerns with some of their teachers and vice versa. And we thought this would be really helpful to be able to get both sides of the argument present. And then we do expect an AR for the policy. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. Any questions or feedback?
I think it's
All right. We
done
do look forward.
a lot of work on this. And when you've worked so hard on something in the first place, to go back into it and make substantive changes and reconnect with people and just kind of, you know, you think you're done, but then you're not done. I really admire you for doing that and your openness to doing that. And I hate to tell you, but I think there's just one missing word maybe in the first paragraph. Homework should be in correlation with classroom and should relate classroom what? Classroom activities, instruction?
It should say curricula, I believe. That might be a typo with how it got transformed.
Okay, oh, it looked, okay. Yeah, it does say curriculum, and I think they two just need to be switched. Perfect, thank you. Well done.
Yeah, I agree with Linda. You know, you guys have done so many edits to this. It's a little hard sometimes to read all the edited versions with all the cross out. So I think what happened on that first paragraph is you crossed out curricula. So you just need to re-add it back in. A couple other ones that I found that I just want to point out. On the third paragraph on the first page, that starts with the Board of Trustees expects students, parent guardians, and staff to view homework as a routine. There's a lot of new and strikeout and stuff like that, but the last sentence of that paragraph is exactly the same as the first sentence. So I think you just want to strike the last sentence. And then on the second page, in the second paragraph, it talks about the superintendent or designee shall ensure that administrators and teachers develop and implement an effective homework plan at each school site. The very last sentence says teachers' expectations related to homework may be provided to students and parent guardians at the beginning of the year. Not sure that may is the right word there. I think it should be shall or should.
That's expected.
Yeah, you got to let them know what the consequences or what the expectations are. And then in the next paragraph where it talks about the winter vacation, winter break, the first sentence says Board of Trustees concedes. I don't like conceding anything. I'd rather acknowledge that eliminating homework over summer vacation and winter break may result in some learning loss. And then I just think in terms of just cleaning, I think what you need to say here is that there's no mandatory work over summer and winter break. And it's only summer vacation where optional work may be assigned. So I would suggest just, and I've got to suggest, therefore summer vacation and winter break are to be free from mandatory schoolwork. The next sentence is optional work may be assigned over summer vacation, but students shall not be expected to complete these assignments until 2 weeks, 10 school days prior to the start of the fall semester. Is that what your intention is? It's like, you can give me it, but we don't have to work on, but it has to be done before school starts, right? Is that the idea?
I believe it's 2 weeks after school has started.
Yeah. So
all right,
yeah, assign optional work, but you have 2 weeks in case you didn't do it over the summer to get it completed and get full credit for it. So it shouldn't be due the first day. That was our intention.
Okay.
Again, there's the expectation that no work has to be completed over that summer break. So that's what we're saying, you have 10 days when school year starts.
Okay. Well, I don't think that's not how I read it. I read it that you can get it and you can ignore it until 2 weeks before, and then you can work on it type of thing. So we just might want to clarify that just a smidge. And then on the third page where you break down the excused absences and unexcused absences, you kind of have this broken down. You start off with talking about makeup work, and then you talk about assessment, and then you talk about makeup work again. So I just think it would be clearer if you merged all the makeup work into one paragraph, and then the assessment into the second paragraph. And in the part that says students shall receive full credit for work satisfactorily complete within a reasonable period of time, blah, 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 blah. The last sentence says, however, it is recommended that students should try to complete the makeup work as soon as possible to avoid falling further behind. And so I'm going to quote Master Yoda here and say, do or do not, there is no try. So I think we should just take try to out of that sentence and just, it's a recommendation. You should complete your makeup work as soon as possible to avoid falling further behind. And then in the paragraph that talks about assessment, I think there's a typo. They must be given an opportunity. It says to remake. I think that means retake that assessment for full credit.
Yeah, that should be retake.
Yeah, so I think those types of things make it pop a little bit, a little easier to read. I particularly like the fact that you have put some very good definitions in here about what meaningful homework means, and that you've spent so much energy getting alignment on that, and that's really important. But I'm going to suggest for us to consider something in light of our pandemic and in light of our current situation with students being overwhelmed and struggling with workloads and things like that. And I'm going to suggest that we relook at whether or not we want to wait until next calendar or next school year to make this effective. And I'm wondering if we shouldn't just go ahead and make it effective for the spring semester with a limited rollout. Come up with some homework site plans that tie into distance learning and things like that, that can be a tool, having this already effective, it could be a tool for planning for the next semester. So that's just something I wanted to float and see if anybody else thought that maybe we should just go ahead and make it effective for next semester.
I like it.
Yes, I have a couple thoughts. I'll loop back to your question, Stacy. So first, what I love about it, I think you're addressing a real need. I think it's something that students have talked about. I think it's having a real effect on the mental health of our students. And I think, having been a teacher, I think when I came in, I probably assigned too much homework, and I quickly learned how to scale that back and saw that kids did just as well, right? So effective homework doesn't necessarily need to take tons and tons of time. So I think you're within those, the policy is good. I think where the definitions, like Stacy said, are fantastic. I think they're really, really strong. And I think limiting over some breaks is really strong as well. Because I do remember, it was quite a while ago, but being in high school where it's like, oh yeah, I have this break, but I'm really just doing this book report the entire time, right? And that's a drain. I do think though, and this may be frustrating, and it's just my personal opinion, I don't know if it's fully ready to vote on tonight for a couple reasons, right? One, there are some wording issues, right? There's sentences that show up a couple times, there's some typos, things like that. But I think broader than that, I think it could use maybe working with, I know it's your voice, right? But working with a board member to board policy-ize it a little, right? So it flows a little more in that way. And then two, I don't know if I have a full sense of if teachers, I know you all have met with different teacher groups, but I don't know if the average teacher knows, we're voting on this, if they feel like they've been heard on it. And I know when we did our homework policy before, that was something our staff went out and asked, hey, the board is considering this homework policy. What do you think about it? Fill out this survey, get your thoughts in so we can have a better gauge of it. I just don't know if we vote on this, are people going to knock down our doors tomorrow? I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
I appreciate this. Thank you, Stacy, for catching the things you did mention. The three I found, but you had many more that I didn't see. So thank you. And I too was concerned about the 1 hour, for some taking 5 minutes, some taking 2 hours. Having a sister that got straight A's and never stopped doing homework, and I got some B's and I barely did homework. My sister's a doctor, so it's not that I'm the smart guy. It's really not it. She also graduated from Prospect, as I've said before. I too like the idea of checking in with the teachers. I think you've done some incredible work, and when I saw your slides and it said we've talked to all teachers, I was pretty sure we haven't talked to all teachers. I think you talked to a lot of teachers, and those teachers gave you some feedback. So just doing a survey, they're the ones that are going to have to implement this. I'm pretty sure you've talked to administrators well, but that group also probably should be made sure all of the administrators are on board. This is a big undertaking. This is huge. The amount of work that's already gone into it's, obviously gone over a longer period of time. Emily started it obviously with you potentially. And so thank you for doing what you've done. That's what I've got right now.
So I don't know if you want to give any more clarity around like what opportunities teachers have had to give input so far.
Yeah. Do you want to go, Riley, or I can?
I mean, I can go, I guess. I'm just collecting thoughts. I think when was the first survey sent out to teachers, Gitanjali? Like, I want to say March.
We sent out a survey in March where it was sent out to all teachers. I think we got like 130 responses, so that kind of guided us forward to make like many of the bigger edits. But then we had meetings with department chairs. We've had them a few times over like this period where different teachers came and different teachers had opinions, and they would like have conversations among themselves and kind of tell us like what they thought should be implemented. So ultimately, when we sent out the email, like as the final, like, hey, it's being presented on October 15th, like, please tell us if you have any last minute edits and stuff. We have a lot of teachers who did say that like, they have no edits to make, that they are in support of this. We didn't there was only one person who had some edits to make, but none of them had emailed us saying that they disagreed with the policy or anything like that.
Yeah, and we did do, I think since we've last talked in July, I think we've met with principals quite a few times. We've met with CUHSD, and then we did 2 department chair meetings that lasted both a couple hours and had department chairs from every school in the district.
And can I ask you a question? Like, did they like formally endorse this, or did you get feedback? Like, what was the end of that meeting like?
So the first time, we actually made a lot of changes based on the feedback we got the first time. So I want to say we did it like I think it was like early September. I'm not remembering the date of the first one. And then we did one at the end of September. And we actually made like substantial changes in between the two, and actually got feedback from some of the teachers from the first one, just like, oh, thanks for reaching out to that. Thanks for doing this. A lot of the changes you see, which we've made substantial changes to the policy, come from those meetings. Like, we really tried to work with those groups. I think we really restructured the 60-minute time limit. We added in the optional work for teachers that are concerned about missing the summer homework. And then we really tried to clarify a lot of different things that we thought would be helpful. And when we were able to negotiate and kind of talk through things, like, yes, we made a lot of compromises to meet with them, but not every compromise. And I think we had a good amount of teachers that were in support of what we did, and they were really appreciative that this is like that they had this chance to do the feedback. And again, those meetings were pretty much just Gitanjali and I talking with, I think, at least 15, 20 department chairs each time. I don't know the exact number. And we did get, I know we got a department chair from every school in the district, although maybe with an exception of Boynton. But I know a couple Boynton teachers did email and responding saying it didn't quite match the structure of their school, which is sort of true in a way in terms of how they do things there. So yeah.
Yeah, to answer your question, like, did we get a final endorsement from all the teachers? No, we did not. But we have endorsements of many teachers, like that, and department chairs that have said like, oh, like my department agrees with this policy, you should go for it. But hopefully that kind of gives you a little bit of clarity. We believe that we've done a good job making sure that teachers have had their voice. We've given them many opportunities. We've sent them many emails. We've given them many opportunities to have calls and just give us feedback. So overall, and then we've also talked to principals a few times to make sure that this is actually realistic, not just something that the students want, but something that can work in the long term.
Also, that gives us a lot more information, and I appreciate the fact that you did do that. Thank you very much. It's clear that you've certainly thought that through and gotten a lot of input from a lot of stakeholders. Probably looking at the final version with the edits that being made is probably where we need to be. We're very, very close. And I'm not sure, I guess I wanted to ask this. Stacy proposed we look at doing it for the spring semester. My guess is the date got agreed upon through the meetings that you had with stakeholders. You guys just didn't say, hey, let's do it next year. I'd be concerned with us now imposing it go in the spring when the groups agreed, yeah, let's give us some time to work it through. So that's one thing I'd want to, before I'd make any a vote in that kind.
So, Callan, to your kind of line of questioning, I think we have to be very mindful of the process of getting to the policy here. I mean, when we do board policies ourselves, we don't do as much outreach as these two students have done. Now, it bit us in the butt with the grading policy change. And we ended up having to do that, and after the fact, and you learn from those things. So I just want to be mindful not to, keep moving the goalposts on these guys in terms of what the policy says and doesn't. I have met with them now twice on the wording of the policy. I met with them right before the meeting because I wanted to see what they thought about my recommendation to go ahead and have it be effective starting next semester. And when I talk about, and I actually talk about some of the other areas of the policy that I thought could be, maybe could be cause some issues. They were able to come back with, no, we've hashed through this with teachers and this is really important to them. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to change that then if you've already had those conversations. So I think that given the fact that we don't have a formal protocol or process on how to do board policy like this, and these guys have kind of organically, with some guidance from Christina and some, feedback from us at all the times we've talked about this, really put back put together a process that was clear about why they wanted to make these changes, is well written, barring just needing some final formatting for, to be the final policy. And they have gotten compromises accomplished with teachers who were showing grave concerns earlier iterations. And so I think this is a balanced policy, and I don't necessarily want to hold off on approving it until, every single person in the district is okay with it. I'm concerned that might be a little bit of an overreaction to what happened with the grading policy.
And don't worry, I wasn't even remotely suggesting that. Can I ask a question about when the homework policy came up last time, there was this big battle to protect unexcused absences because kids who tend to have excused absences tend to come from more privilege. This policy removes that protection. Can you talk about why?
Yeah. So a lot of teachers wanted to have that decision themselves. This is something that they didn't have problems with any part of the policy besides this statement, where they believe, especially for assessments, for assignments, they agree that like excused and unexcused absences should be treated the same. But they've seen that it's like, as teachers, they get really frustrated when they believe that students kind of take advantage of the system and they don't come to school, or they come to classes and then just dip when it's that class period with the test in it. And so they've noticed that, and they just want to, like, one of the teachers was like, actions have consequences. And so they wanted to have they didn't want it to be a blanket statement where it's like for all excused and unexcused, it should be given the same opportunities for assessments, because they believe that they should have the say in that, and they should be able to work with the student individually and just be like, why was this an unexcused absence? Why weren't you there when you knew it was like a test day? So they wanted to have that freedom.
I'd like to say that I agree with Stacy. I'd like to see it rolled out for the spring semester. There's the cleanups we talked about this evening are easily done. And I don't think that you should be held to a higher bar for writing a policy than the ones to which we've held ourselves, as she said. So, yeah, I think you've
My
done
expectation. I'm
a
sorry.
lot of outreach.
My
So-
expectation of asking all the teachers was not to rewrite it, but was just to see if there was something that was missed, some thing that one teacher calls out to the rest. But that was why, because that was kind of what we found with as I was coming on the board. That was where it was at, was they were finding some things they didn't, some unintended consequences. So that would be my only concern. It would be show them what it looks like when it's finally done. And maybe we find out that we've got 89% are fully in favor of it. That's pretty darn good, right? I don't know that we'll ever have 100%, but I think it's a good idea to ask, not to rewrite the whole thing.
So I think one, I want to go to, we're talking a lot about kind of process. Some people have brought up the policy itself, but I just want to kind of reiterate that I am supportive of this policy in general because of the spirit of the purpose behind it, which is to be responsive to the needs of our students and our teachers, and to be able to provide more access and more opportunity to our students and to improve their mental health. And so given that that is the spirit behind this policy, I think that the actual nitty gritty of the logistics of it has taken a lot of work and a lot of conversations to get to what it is in its form right now. And even though I am a teacher, I think that high school is a different context, and I trust that the conversations that our students and teachers have had and have been able to come to agreement on are probably the right ones. I do not support putting this into play until at least fall of next year, because I know that as teachers, there are plenty of things that are still unknown and trying to be figured out, and to have to already have been adapting all of the instruction to have a new policy on top is just it's just not reasonable in my opinion. However, I know that in my own district, when we did have a new homework policy that we knew was coming into effect, my administrator let us know, hey, this is going to be the policy next year, and for this semester it's not the policy. However, you should try to start making your class align with this, because it will have to be. I feel that gives us the runway that we need, that's necessary for people to kind of work out a lot of the kinks as we are trying to figure out how to implement it fully. And so without making it mandatory, I feel that that gives us a little bit more leeway in being able to make sure that this can be implemented well. And I think most of the actual parts of this this policy, I think, are really good. I think I agree with no homework over breaks. I do wonder though about the point that Kaylin brought up in terms of the unexcused absences, and I hear I hear the frustration from the teacher point of view, and I know that Kaylin mentioned that students who tend to have more excused absences tend to have more access to parents who are able to call in or create those excuses for those absences. And so I am, I'm not sure, because I had not remembered that part of this before. So that's where I'm at.
So
Trustees, can I make a comment?
please,
Yeah,
because
I
you're
just
the guy
want-
that has to implement this.
Thank you, thank you. Well, one of the things that I appreciate about the policy is that they have built in authority for the superintendent to suspend some parts in the process of managing through COVID. So I think that this policy has contemplated and addresses that appropriately. And I just also want to provide you just another sort of data point, because we've talked a lot about internal discussions and internal standards and how people feel about it. But I just want to just insert a kind of just a fun fact that at the national level, PTA and National Education Association, NEA, they have what they call a recommendation, the 10-minute rule. And the 10-minute rule says 10 minutes of homework per grade. So a first grader should get 10 minutes. That should be their max, right? Second grader, 2 times 10, 20. So for a 12th grader, the 10-minute rule makes 2 hours, 120. So as it is, this policy is really giving flexibility where 9th graders would be getting homework potentially in excess of the 10-minute rule. So I just wanted to put that out there as in terms of the reasonability test. I think this is more than reasonable.
And that 10-minute rule, Bob, that applies total. So for, this really talks about per class, right? Per teacher. So we still have some work to do. When I was a kid, way back in the 20th century, there was no homework. We went to school, came home, we put on our play clothes, and we went out and played. That was our homework.
That may have been regional.
I think it was.
You got some looks on that one. So board, I guess one question, I think there was universal agreement that there are some wording issues. How would you like to address those? Would you like to address those on the fly tonight? Would you like to table to another meeting and fix in between?
Kaylin, can I have a couple thoughts before we talk about that? Thanks. Yeah, sorry, I'm just really correct myself on a few things. I feel like when we met in July, we presented a policy kind of prematurely, and we've kind of gotten there. We've made a lot of changes. There's definitely a lot of things we wanted to do. And I think the biggest thing was we did talk with the board at the end of that meeting. Okay, what can we do next time? What do we have to do to get this ready for October? And, we met with administrators countless times. We met with department chairs countless times. We met with principals countless times. We met with the superintendent countless times. We met with, I think, 3 or 4 of the 5 trustees at least once during this time. Jitanjali and I went to meetings 4 to 5 times a week, like probably from September to now. And we even pushed it back from October 1st to October 15th, so we could have even more meetings. So we do another department chair meeting, so we could try to reach out. And I do think part of it, I think Stacy was mentioning this point, I think we've gotten more feedback than probably any policy that's being done. And not to throw it there, but I think we have more feedback from our policy than the data we looked at earlier about the school closure from Dr. Bravo. We've met with a lot of groups. We've had intelligent discussions. We've done this. We've tried to get feedback. We're 2 students trying to run this. And we've really tried to reach out to everyone we can. I don't think we've tried to skip over teachers. If anyone hasn't heard about it, we've brought it up at every board meeting for the last 8 months. We've brought it up at many opportunities to discuss. But, you know, I think my biggest thing is in this whole conversation, we've only talked about teachers, and we're talking about teachers, and that's our focus. You know, Jitanji and I are here to represent the 8,000 students who I don't think a single comment came up about them. And, you know, we're both good students. We keep track of what we're doing. We know how to plan. We know how to organize. Most people are not there right now. And especially during this time, most people are really struggling. And it's really the workload. We've done 2 site visits in the last couple months. And the number one thing that came up was too much homework. And I am feeling way too stressed right now. Those were the 2 topics. We could have had the whole meeting on those 2 topics, but we wanted to get to other points. Those were the 2 things every student said at those schools. You know, I'm sure I can get every single member of my friend group to agree. I'm sure every single member of Jitanji's group can agree. I had my gov teacher gave a little shout out last class about it, who is a non-department chair, by the way, and said she was talking with non-department chairs about the policy, by the way. And just asked me to talk about what the student board is like, because we were talking about local politics in class. And I gave some feedback on it. And there were 8 students in the chat who said this should have been done freshman year. They wanted the policies, they wanted what was happening. You know, I don't know if I'll share this data, but I don't really care. At Prospect, the amount of students with a D or F at the 6-week grade was over half. Over half the students at our school had a D or F on the 6-week report card. I don't know if I'm supposed to share that data, but I heard at a PTSA meeting, so I'm sure it's okay. But there are students really struggling right now. And, you know, Jitanji and I worked really hard to be responsive to those other groups, but what we're really here to do is to be responsive to the students. And I think this really matches the needs of what the students need right now. And I think this is really important for them. And I think that's kind of our job, is to represent those groups. And I think the last 3 months, we have tried so hard to look for all the other groups, while 8,000 students are continually struggling while staring at a screen for 8 hours a day. So,
Riley, you have just burned 500 calories advocating for your peers. I'm taking you to Sacramento with me to get funding for Metro Ed. I'm just going to sit in the back and let you talk. Yeah.
So
I could have said it better.
yeah, and he's right. Student board members are here to be the student voice, and they're here to advocate for their peers. Yeah. And our job as board members is to advocate for students. That's what we primarily do. And we take care of our staff and our employees. So that's why I recommended that we go ahead and make this effective, because they need this relief now. We are hearing it loud and clear at every site. And I can tell you that overwhelmed by homework, busy work, meaningful homework was number one that caused those students to make that change.org petition at Branham. Yep. So it's up to Bob to figure out how to implement this. And you never do a big bang. You got to apply it to the situation. And I think that there are things in this policy, and I think that there's enough time left in this semester that Bob and administrators could potentially put together, incorporate it into distance learning, continuous improvement, some concepts from here that will really help students now with the overwhelm that they're feeling about homework right now. So I'm going to make the plea again. It takes longer to implement things. So holding off the making it effective isn't necessarily buying us a lot. We can stage the implementation. And then, I'm sorry, go ahead, Galen.
No, go ahead.
No, and then I was just gonna, I think your point about kind of cleaning up the language, so we know what the final approved really looks like. I don't think it's going to make sense for us to try to do it here. And this is how we have to do it, right? Student board members, right? You have this policy, it gets posted in the agenda. That's the first time that we, look at it, and here's where we discuss it. So I would volunteer to work with Riley and Gitanjali to clean up this final version and put it into the final, this is what we're going to approve, and do it at the next board meeting, which is 2 weeks from tonight, on the 29th. How's that for a compromise, guys?
I move that all of that happen.
But we have to get to agreement on whether or not it's going to be effective in the spring or next year.
If I have to ask to clarify, I have a board meeting on the 22nd. I don't show a board meeting on the 29th.
Don't we have a regular board meeting on the 29th?
We have a workshop on the 22nd.
If we do, it would be 5
We
meetings.
have a board meeting on November 5th is our next regularly scheduled board meeting.
I
That's
reject
correct.
the motion to have a
November
meeting
5.
on the 29th.
Sorry, say it again.
I reject the motion to have a meeting on the 29th.
I'm sorry, I was reading a calendar somewhere that.
Yeah.
I do
Okay,
too.
hold on. Let's try to see whether there's agreement. Is there agreement in that there's wording that needs to be fixed and it's better to between meetings versus doing it right now? I guess not.
Yes, between meetings.
Yeah.
We heard from one trustee. Two trustees.
I agree with that. Between meetings.
And it was Stacy's idea, so that's 3.
Yeah, and like I said, I will work with Gitanjali and Riley to, and guys, I've almost got it done, so it'll take us an hour to get it into its final format.
Riley, Gitanjali, what are your thoughts?
I guess my question is, would it still be implemented this semester, like next semester, or would it be next year? 'Cause
Let's not worry about that piece of it yet.
Well, that would form my answer on if we should do it now or November 5th, because if we do it for next semester, that's not enough time at all to have around a month until winter break to really get things figured out. But if you think that it has that many changes that needs to be made, we can do it November 5th.
Can we approve it at our board workshop next week?
I don't see why not.
It could be agendized if desired.
Okay, let's bring it back next week for the final version.
Okay, then 2 lingering questions. One is when it gets implemented. Can y'all point me to the place in the policy where it talks about what date it gets implemented?
The very first line.
First line.
This policy go in effect for, thank you.
I knew it was there. I just
I was
I wouldn't
searching
have
for
gone
the
right there
word
either.
effective. I was like doing Control F for like lots of different things for like the last 10 minutes. We've heard from 2 people who want to make it effective starting January 1st and have not heard from 3 others. What are your all thoughts?
Mine was next year. Because they agreed. They agreed with that with the groups that they work with to do this.
I think that Robert's point is valid. Yeah. That was the original understanding. I think he's right.
Yeah, but that was an understanding from like 6 months ago. You know, the world has changed in 6 months. Things change. And I think that if we do this right, and I would trust Bob to roll out provisions that need to be rolled out for spring semester, and give him the capability to do that. And that it can be well communicated to administrators and staff. I don't think we have the luxury of it anymore of basing decisions on data that we had from 6 months ago.
All right, so Stacy's made that argument. Is there anyone else who's in agreement?
Besides Riley and Gitanjali.
Well, no, I don't, including them.
Well, if we're looking first from the student view, students would appreciate it faster. This year, we've been getting a lot of homework, and as like from our board updates, we always tell you it's homework that's been stressing all of our students out. But again, I don't teach with teachers. We have negotiated with them for next year. So it might just be like, I don't really know how they would react. I feel like it might be the same reaction for this semester or like next semester or next year. So if it's going to be the same, then might as well. But keeping students' needs first, I would say next semester.
I would just hate to keep this for implementation next year and have this board send the message to our students that we're not listening to them.
Can we make it next year and administration and teachers start to work towards it in the next semester? As opposed to, we've got a date on this that says next year. And as Kiki pointed out, administrators in the past have said, here's what we're headed towards, start working towards it. Can we put something like that?
Well, truthfully, putting in the original statement, the policy will go into effect for the 21-22 academic school year, is kind of against the norm of policy setting, right? Because when we approve it is typically when it becomes effective. That's what it says at the very bottom of the policy. Approved on this day, effective this day.
Dr. Bravo, what are your thoughts on this?
When you say on this,
On when to start implementation effective date?
you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's okay. It could be effective the day it's passed. It could be effective the semester. It could be effective next year. Because I feel like the policy, as I mentioned earlier, I think it accounts for that potentially that it won't be fully implementable because of circumstances related to COVID. And it's sort of like, you know, the state gives us instructional minutes requirements. And there's a certain amount of homework, for lack of a better term, that's being assigned because that's how we get the Wednesday. Teachers have to assign a certain amount of homework so that we make instructional minute requirements for the state. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't too much homework. That could still be too much homework. But I think that because the policy has that little piece in there, I think it would be possible, you know, to go either way.
That's really a good point. You know, students are feeling that's a lot of homework, but the homework is what allows us to say we're getting 180 minutes of instruction. So there is more homework than normal.
We haven't been compliant with instructional minutes for how many years now? Our Bell schedules aren't compliant with instructional minutes before COVID. So come on. Is that really, is that what you want? Is that what you want to tell students is, hey, we heard you, you're overwhelmed.
I was saying it was a point. I just saying it was a point. That's all.
Okay, so of people who
wasn't
vote on
arguing.
this next Thursday, does anyone want to vote to make it effective January besides Stacy? 2. Then it dies, and we'll move with it on July 1st. Unless anyone changes their mind. Cool.
Which could happen.
Which could happen. Yeah, it could happen in the next week. Finally, on making it so students who have an unexcused absence can no longer make up work. For me, that's a deal breaker. So I'll vote no on anything that takes away that protection from students. I don't care if 100% of teachers are for it. I think it's the wrong thing for kids.
So wait a minute, you're talking about make up work?
In our current policy, we have a specific protection for students having an unexcused absence. Teachers were very against it when we did it, but it was the right thing to do. This takes that away.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it only does it for assessments, not for assignments.
Yeah, for assessments. So I'm not in favor of that. So if it's a friendly, I would make an amendment to change it back.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. I mean, that was one of the many compromises we made to work with some of the teachers on that.
Yeah. And sorry, that is not a critique of y'all, right? Because I know y'all went out and like, I remember that conversation. I watched it happen in real life in one of those meetings, right? So let me just be very clear on that piece of it. And I think it's important to keep that protection for kids. In my world, what that would look like in that final page, if you just search for unexcused, it would just be taking out that last sentence and saying, if a student misses an assessment with an excused or unexcused absent, they must be given the opportunity to remake the assessment for full credit, right? That's all it would look like.
Okay.
So
But I don't know if the majority of the board is there. So I just want to name that. Where are others on that?
that was actually the part of the policy that when I talked to Riley and Gitanjali tonight, that I wanted to update. Because my concern about the way it reads right now, which is if a student misses based on an unexcused absence, it's up to the teacher to determine if they want to permit the student to make up the assessment. I think that there's an opportunity to introduce unbiased, unconscious bias into this process by giving that to the teacher. And I emphasize unconscious bias because students who, the reason why you want to protect students who do unexcused absences, but there are consequences for having unexcused absences. So I was thinking along the lines of we could be more prescriptive in saying that whether the absence is excused or unexcused, you have the opportunity to take a retake of the assessment. But if it's unexcused, then you don't get full credit. You get, 80%, 90%, 75%, whatever. Because there needs to be a consequence and there needs to be a deterrence from kids just basically saying, I don't feel like taking this today. I'll just skip it and I'll come back next week and take it.
Yeah, so I think I would vote no on that. The point I was trying to make is like in our current policy, students who have unexcused absences are protected. In this one, they are less than protected. And so anything that goes to that, I can't support. But that's okay. I could vote, it's a board of 5. I'll try an amendment. And if it doesn't work, then we'll move on.
I'd like to propose a different way of looking at that, if I might. When we talk about protecting a student, there are different ways of protecting someone. And I would argue that you are not necessarily doing students a favor or protecting them if you remove all consequences from choices. If you are going to have, a significant number who miss an assessment because there's no consequence, I really don't know that that's setting up an academic structure that really favors their success long term. Is that making sense?
Yeah, I mean, we hashed this out as a board a while ago, right? Like we've already been we've been through this. I'm of the opinion that the current wording, which is students who miss schoolwork because of an unexcused absence shall be given the opportunity to make up missed work. That's our current policy.
Right, and all they did was break out assessments.
Correct, and I'm not in support of that. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
It's a technical point, trustees, but you could make a case that actually any language relating to assessments does not belong in this policy because it is the homework policy. And the grading policy, which already is approved, has its own language. So it's a technical point, but there it is.
That's a very good technical point.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and I think that was something, we were kind of talking about with as well, and we had another point about homework, and we sort of just took, or I'm sorry, about testing, and we sort of just took that out. But yeah, and again, I think it was from that meeting you were at, Kaylin, where we kind of made that change, and it might have even come up in the next one too.
It did come up in the next one.
Yeah, and I guess that was something we were making to kind of help with the teachers and again help with the groups, and I guess we didn't really know that that was like a big deal breaker for you, or that was really a big deal breaker for the board. Like that was kind of like, I don't feel like we got any feedback from that on and anyone we met with. And I guess that was more something we were trying to do to work with teachers. So.
July 16th, when we brought it to for the second read, we didn't make that many edits to this section because really our priority was really fixing up the homework section of the policy. But through our conversations with our teachers, I think that's where they really were unhappy with the fact that students could get away with not with skipping class for the day that they have a test without any consequences. So that's why we added it in with their feedback. But that's your decision.
Well, let's go back and look at the grading policy and see what it says there.
Great. So I think we have enough to go on. This will come back next week. Stacy, you're going to take the lead to get their opinions into policy-esque language and fix some of the typos and things.
We're going to present this to you guys so that it can be approved. Cool. In a format that it can be approved.
Christina, I'll say it next week, but the amount of work that you guys did was incredible. And to where you got it, unbelievable. So thank you for that work. Thank you for all the things you did. Riley, it was very clear that you felt you reached out to enough people. So thank you for sharing it that way. I appreciate what you've done, both of you.
Yeah, I just, so that you know where I'm at, I would also like to just, I think, take out assessments here, look at the grading policy. I think so the way that I see policy, right, is to try to create that the net, right, so that the individual biases and individual decisions don't have as much leverage to make significant negative impact on our students. And so I mean, I understand what it's like to have people miss class, and I think the other thing I think about too is that regardless of who kind of thinks what and what they prefer, like I don't think we necessarily have data to support really either way at this point that having that policy where unexcused absences means that students actually do better in class. So I'm thinking about like what actually changes behavior. And I don't think that having I think that the old policy that we have does the most good for the most students at this point in time, based on my understanding.
Okay, so we have next steps. We've all talked for a long time. And I think just echoing, we all appreciate how much work you've put into this. I'm sure it is frustrating to have to wait one more week, but thank you for your patience on this. And we'll get it through the finish line. Is there anything else anyone wants to add? Anyone at all?
So Riley and Gitanjali, 1 to 10, where are you at right now? Just put up number of fingers.
Still a 6.
Still a 6, Riley?
For the meeting.
I'll go 6 as well. I'll go.
Oh, Riley came down a notch. All right, we'll get you to 10 next week.
Great, thank you all so much. And we'll bring this back next week. We're going to move on to item 17A, a second reading of Board Policy 4113, assignment. Dr. Bravo.
I think I'll jump in unless you want to start with anything, Dr. Bravo. Trustees, I am bringing this policy back to you all for another read. If you recall, a few board meetings ago, we presented this as part of the set from CSBA with some revisions, and Trustee Brown had some very good questions that then actually prompted us to look a little bit more at just ed code to try to make it is actually a little bit of a confusing ed code, and we wanted to just make sure that this policy was accurately representing code. So on the bottom of the first page, it ended up being just a minor adjustment that we've made, but I hope that it addresses some of the concerns, which I think the concern was if an employee is identified that they're in an assignment that is not legal, that the district would take appropriate steps to address that misassignment before then any additional steps like appealing or communicating to the county superintendent. And the change of word of advise is actually just in alignment with ed code rather than notify. So those highlighted changes we made and hopefully address some of the concerns.
So I think it clears up that paragraph. I still have a question about the second paragraph, because it reads to me like it's an appeal process. And to say that if no action is taken by the district, the employee shall provide. If it's an appeal process, if they want to appeal it, they can. So maybe we just change that to may or something like that. It just doesn't make sense to me. If you can even appeal, I don't know why you're contacting the county soup anyway in this.
So that specific sentence does come straight from ed code. So those words are in 44258.9 and use the word shall. Okay. I'd be fine with changing it to may, but it is in code.
You know what? I'm not a teacher. I don't have a credential. You're not going to assign me. If you guys know what it means, I'm fine with it.
Move to approve.
Robert, I think you actually have to say it.
A verbal second.
I had to get the mute button handled.
Okay, so I made a motion. Robert verbally seconded it. Is there any more discussion? All right, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. 17B is to approve resolution 30, credential assignment options.
You all have seen that we've brought a couple of different types of ed code waivers to you previously. In this case, the teacher has a credential, teaches a class that has a couple of sections that are not within that credential area, though he does have the content knowledge. And through communication with both county and principals, decided this was our best avenue through their recommendation. So we're bringing this ed code credential waiver to you for approval.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Third.
Motion by Stacy. Let's give it to Linda just for fun. Second by Linda. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Item 19A is to approve resolution 29, which declares the intention of the Campbell Union High School District to solicit and accept proposals for the development and joint occupancy of district-owned property.
And trustees, as I think you probably recall, that we have retained the services of Schimmel Project Management to assist us in several areas, and one of them is a successful replacement for Harker when it comes to Blackford. And so I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Schimmel.
Thank you, Dr. Bravo.
Sorry, Dr. Schimmel. It's Dr. Schimmel, not Mr. Schimmel.
Thank you. The purpose of this resolution is to authorize the superintendent and designees to obtain a joint partner for the use of the Blackford site. As you know, in June, the Board of Education reached an early termination agreement with Harker School effective December 31st, 2021. This process includes advertising, conducting site tours in November, having a proposal form and process to be submitted by December 10th, time for the staff to review all of the elements and legal counsel, And then we will be recommending to you, hopefully, a successful leasee in the month of January. As you will see in your packet, there are 8 specific documents that go with this. Legal counsel of DWK has approved each one of those. And so tonight before you, by authorizing this resolution, you will give the administration the ability to move forward with leasing the Blackford site.
Motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Stacy, second by Christina. Discussion.
Earlier, there had been some proposals by a local soccer league to repair, fix, amend the stadium field for soccer, or they had asked, they had shown some interest. Is there a possibility that's something that would happen as a result of this, split out or a part of?
It is possible that they could jointly propose with somebody and that be part of it. They could propose on their own if they wanted to use the whole site and could meet the criteria that's established. I think either one of those 2 options is a possibility. Probably more likely the first one that I talked about.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Dr. Schimmel, on this resolution, it talks about development. Does that mean we're looking to build like a 30-story apartment complex here, or is it something different?
Likely not. We're looking at, there are some things on the Blackford campus that need to be repaired and fixed, and that might be part of the joint use. One of the areas that Board Member Verich talked about is the football field or stadium isn't usable by code. That might be something that a proposer might propose. We are looking at a long-term lease, probably a minimum of 15 years with options, because we need to guarantee for our budget that that revenue stream that is no longer going to be there January 1, 22 is replaced. That wouldn't avoid having somebody propose something like maybe 10, 15 years down the road, they would like to build student housing for a live-on campus for students. But that's just thinking way outside the box at this point. Traditionally, it's been used as a day school where kids come in and an organization leases the whole property, mostly the classrooms, the parking lots, some use of the solar and the fields. And the district will retain right under the Civic Act to use Facilitron and lease our facilities out to the general public after school hours and on the weekends.
Thank you. All right, any more discussion? We have a motion, we have a second. Ready to vote? All right, can we do a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. 19B is to approve purchase of HP Chromebooks using the CalSave piggyback agreement from CDWG. Mr. Keating?
Hello, good evening, board. So this is a purchase contract to purchase 2,400 Chromebooks. Normally we do this kind of as a yearly process, but this year we would like to take advantage of CARES Act money. You know, when we moved to distance learning, we used just about every single Chromebook we had available. This included some that were, you know, just a little bit older than what we would like. And so the proposal tonight would allow us to start phasing in newer ones to students who need them towards the end of this year and be able to ensure we have the appropriate devices for next year. So we wouldn't be worrying about Chromebooks until the 22-23 school year. So we'd be able to kind of skip a year in our Chromebook purchasing at the same time.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Linda, second by Christina. Discussion? All right, we have a roll
How
call.
much,
Oh,
how
sorry,
much,
go ahead.
how much CARES money do we have left over after this purchase?
I think that's something we can provide in your Friday letter to you,
Okay.
business department.
Okay, thank you.
Well, just the quick answer is CARES money is about 4 million, just round. So
Okay. I get the confused because we've got the smaller one that's like 600 grand and okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right,
Quick
roll call.
math. There'd be nothing left of 600 if the bid 729. Just quick math. I did it.
Okay, let's go and vote.
Thanks for pointing that out to me, Robert. I appreciate that.
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Board, we're moving into the final parts of our meeting. As a reminder, item 22, we have some stuff under future planning, one of which is to look over a proposed agenda for next week's workshop, which we'll go over. So if during board comments, you want to look on board docs, it is up there on item 22. So you can look at it while board members are giving their updates. And with that said, let's go ahead and move into item 21, board comments. Trustee Aerosmith.
So first, I just want to extend just my heartbreaks for the Branham community. It feels very heavy in the midst of just a lot of really difficult things. And the Branham community in particular has really been on my mind and my heart. And so there really isn't anything to say to make it better. I just, I see you. Other than that, really quickly, I was able to meet with Rylan Gitanjali. I voted, and I also was able to tune into the State Education Commission hearing yesterday on digital access and the digital divide, and was able to provide some public testimony on that. So continuing to advocate for students at a statewide level as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you for mentioning Branham as well. Attending that state thing, I wasn't able to attend. I have been moving around the last part of this meeting. I apologize. My dog had surgery 2 days ago, and all this. I try to do these board meetings at the office where it's quiet, and all of a sudden I was going to be the only one home. So my son dropped off a dog that's not comfortable and not happy. So he's walking around with a cone and running into everything. I really don't have much to say other than I appreciate all the work that people are doing and the stress that our teachers are feeling, our students are feeling, and administrators. I do hear you and understand. It's hard for everybody right now, but especially hard trying to make teaching work and learning work. And I do appreciate the parents that spoke earlier tonight and the parents that have reached out to us by email and communication as well. I look forward to the parents staying engaged and being a part of the process as we look to reopen.
Thank you for saying that, Robert. I agree. We're all in this together. We might not be in the same boat, but we're in the same storm. And together we'll get through this. We can't allow our differences to divide us. So I just wanted to give a couple of reflections on Mr. Lay. My oldest son, Matt, had him as a freshman English teacher, and he just made such a huge impact on him. When Matt entered Branham 8 years ago, he figured, I'm going to be an engineer, and it was the inaugural year of Project Lead the Way. So he got into those engineering classes But the real highlight of his freshman year was really his English classes with Mr. Lay. I think I had the opportunity to attend the Celebration of Life Tuesday evening with the community. They are hurting, but it was a tremendous event and it helped. They told some terrific stories. There are a number of Mr. Lay's relatives there who flew in from across the country here for the family to help them through. They're incredibly grateful for the GoFundMe site that was set up to help them with some short-term financial needs. And if you go out to, I think Cheryl might have sent a link around. If not, I can get you the link to where the GoFundMe site is. And I guess the last piece of that is I got to speak with a number of his family after the event, and they told me personally that the Celebration of Life really helped them. So there's that. Also this week I went to the Cambrian Community Council meeting and listened to Bob give a terrific update to our community on our school district, not just our land development deal, but some of the great things that we've been doing around giving out meals and technology and what Measure L is all about. We had the neighborhood meeting for the Kids campaign, or for the Kids neighbors as well. I thought that was also very successful. The gist that I have is that our neighbors continue to be okay with the change. They've come to accept it. They're supportive of it. Nobody's looking to lay down on the tracks and try to stop us from building the new development there. But I don't want to jinx anything, but that's kind of the vibes that I've been getting from the feedback and speaking to folks. And then the last thing, Robert and I actually attended the Saratoga Council joint meeting a couple weeks ago. That was the first time I've ever attended that particular meeting. I was supposed to attend 5 years ago. No, I won't go into why I didn't attend it, but anyway, just one highlight that I wanted to share from that, from what the mayor shared with us, is that the city of Saratoga has passed a new ordinance that bans vaping within and the sale of vaping materials within the city of Saratoga. So I think that's a very positive step, helps us with our schools and our earlier resolution to try to help the vaping problem in our schools. And that's it for me.
All right. Linda, do you have a report?
Okay, I'm next.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about Dietrich a lot, and I think that if Dietrich served on this board, he would use his wonderful wit from time to time to remind us not to take ourselves so seriously. Was good at that. Stacy did a wonderful job with the For the Kids webinar, or whatever we called that, because she brought it back to the beginning, the why are we doing this, and sort of reminded all of us of why we began our journey down this path, and she did a great job. I want to give a shout out to Jeff Bingford over at Westmont for the best tradition of the show must go on. We all got the email that somehow or another they have been rehearsing, and there are going to be virtual performances, and I look forward to seeing what that's going to look like. But judging from what it always looked like in person, I think it will be remarkable in any format. And then the last thing I wanted to say is, I've been out doing a lot of walking around, meeting people in Trustee Area 4. And it continues to be a remarkable experience. Because it's Halloween right now, you see some amazing things. So if you want to file away in the back of your mind the intersection of Frobisher and Kirtner, a gentleman there has done a corner lot as the Dead Man's Drive-In Theater. And it's just absolutely brilliant. There's a screen, there's a projector, there are 2 cars with skeletons who have popcorn buckets. It's extraordinary. And just not, well, right on the same street on Frobisher, down the middle of the street, I met a lovely lady who had set up all kinds of displays of things right along the sidewalk, including a little barn and horses and farm animals. And I said, oh, that's so charming. I hope people leave it alone. She said, I hope they don't. I hope all the kids who come by squat down and play with it. That's what it's for. She said, we're just trying to raise morale around here. And then over on Wainwright, there was another display. Skeletons were in a beauty salon. This one was really charming. We had one with a drape and the other skeleton with a hair dryer drying a wig on the skeleton. And then there was a card table set up and a manicure was taking place, a skeletal manicure. And what people are saying to me is, I'm not doing this for Halloween. It's not because of trick or treat, because we know with COVID, there's not going to really be trick or treating as we've done it in the past. We're doing these things to put a smile on people's faces, to make our community feel better, to lift spirits a little bit, no pun intended, or maybe pun intended, okay. And I just am so grateful to everybody who's taking that approach to things. And that's all.
Thank you, Linda. Yeah, and on that note, I don't know if y'all know Tom, who's on the Union School Board, but every day of shutdown, he has been putting up a different decoration with skeletons. And he posted it on his Facebook page publicly. So even if you're not Facebook friends, you can look at it. He's done zip lines. He's done like basically anything you think of, because he's been doing it for 150 days in a row or something. So check it out.
Who is this?
Tom, he's on the Union School Board.
He's the president of the Union School.
Yeah, he's the president of the Union School Board.
Okay.
I'll send you a link.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was unable to make the celebration of life, but I was able to make the Facebook stream. And so, thank you for making that available for people who couldn't be there in person. But also, I think if you didn't have a chance to make it or watch it, I think it was just really, really beautiful. The speakers were great. I think it's just a reminder of how many lives every teacher touches, right? And so, yeah, my hearts are with the family and friends, and it's so rough. So I'll end on that, and then we'll jump to future planning. There's no good transition. There are 3 things we need to kind of talk about right now. One is we need to figure out what our end of November, early December meeting looks like. We have some results of who's available and when. 2 is we have our draft agenda that Robert and I put together in consultation with Dr. Bravo for next week's workshop. And then 3 is something that Stacy brought up earlier, right? Staff has been looking at what it might look like to start to do board meetings back in person, and just getting initial feelers of what that could potentially look like timeline wise and what y'all are comfortable with. So maybe we could take them in that order. So the first thing is we have results of when people are available. There were 2 dates, Monday, November 30th and Tuesday, December 1st. On November 30th, Robert, Kaylin, and Stacy are available. On Tuesday, December 1st, Robert, Kaylin, Stacy, and Linda are available.
I am probably available more on Monday. I can make that work, but I don't know
that we're doing.
Yeah, so sorry, I'll take a step back. So the idea was to schedule a special board meeting at the end of November, early December, to potentially make a final call on what January is going to look like for our schools.
Was it that all 4, the rest of you are available on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Then let's do Tuesday.
Can you do that?
Yes, I'll make it work.
if you need a note. You have school that day?
Yes, but I think it's like, I'll talk to my professor and I have to at least be able to miss one. So I'll make it work.
Would you like an excused absence?
Yeah.
I'll sign one for you. I'm a parent.
Plenty of time in advance. I'm sure I'll figure it out. We can do Tuesday.
Okay, thank you for being flexible.
Absolutely, thank you.
That clears that one. Robert, do you want to talk about?
Please, I would be glad to.
Awesome. And everyone, just for it's on board docs. It got uploaded during this meeting.
And it's it really just.
For it earlier.
Do you have it? Did you see it now, Linda?
It's okay. I'll
Okay.
listen.
There's not a lot on it. What Kayla and I talked about, what we put together, and I have the Google Doc of it up. So if there's some changes we have to put into it, I can type as we go. But we were looking at the resolution, looking at what it was calling us to do. We took that, the therefore be it resolved, highlighted those items and each thing that was important. That's on the second page of the board doc item. But we want to make sure that each piece of it that it called for us to do was being addressed, which was, have time to discuss what we wanted, have time to discuss the development goals, discuss the board diversity, equity, inclusion training, and have time to discuss development of updated strategic plan. We kind of put those into part one and part two of this board meeting for December 22nd. The part one was district goals check-in for 2021, because we're going to have to start working on that. So really just taking that time since we're in a work study session. And then part two, charting out the timeline for our 4 2021 board workshops. And the discussion would be around alignment on the end goals, board development, and you can see that, well, actually, Linda can't see. Board development, DIE training, updated strategic plan, and discussion and sequencing, and then breaking up the work. I thought one of the things that I'll make sure to do, and I'll do that tonight, was send out the document that's 8 characteristics of an effective school board. It's a good read. It's mentioned in the resolution, so we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to see that. Probably be better if you read it before we get to the work study session. And that's what we've got. Is there anything we missed? Is there anything you wanted to see?
I like it. I think it's ambitious because I think we're, 2 hours?
Uh-huh.
Is it 2 hour or 3 hour workshop?
We were looking at an hour and a half.
This is supposed to happen in an hour and a half?
No, we're not getting it all done. We're planning out the year, not getting it all done.
Okay.
We're planning out the year.
We're
Yeah,
planning to plan. Okay.
that's correct. Based on the resolution, that's what this ad hoc committee did, was put a draft agenda together for you guys to look at. And then the 22nd, we're going to work through. Yeah.
Right. And what I'm saying is that there's a lot of stuff on this and it's fine. I'm just, I wouldn't change anything. That's all. And then do we have?
Well, the resolution put out what we had to do, right? This is not.
Resolution didn't say anything about this being the agenda. It just said basically make an agenda and bring it back for feedback, right?
Yeah, Stacey, what was your question?
Yeah.
Do we have the district goals from the 9-3 board meeting handy somewhere? Can we send that out as well?
Yeah, so I think when we talked at the 9-3 board meeting, we voted on those minutes today. So you probably read them at some point in the last week, right? But it was around, we could use this board workshop to check in on like the playbook that Dr. Bravo has. He'd probably seek some guidance on that. Dr. Bravo, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Cool. So the idea was not to take tons of time, but just to get feedback on some of the big picture stuff for the year.
Okay. All right.
Cool.
Sorry, what time? What time is this happening again? Do we have a time?
22nd. I'll tell you in a second.
No, sorry. Never mind.
No, I got it right here. I just got to get to the 22nd.
5 p.m.
Yeah, 5 p.m.
And it's going to be remote, or is it going to be in person?
I think this will be, well, that's our next topic. My suggestion would be we should do this one remote because it is only a week and staff has to do some planning to get us back in person.
Okay.
But broader than that, right? So like, assuming this one is still virtual, are people comfortable going back to person? And if so, when? And maybe Dr. Bravo, you can talk what that might look like. Because you've had some discussions about what that would look like.
Well, I think what it could look like, a couple of things. It could be about getting you all or a subset of you together in the same room, right? And then building off from there. So not trying to, we can't, I mean, we still have to honor the social distancing rules, capacity rules. So we're not really talking about jumping back to board meetings as they were, but I think we could probably stair step it towards moving towards getting you all in the same room and then perhaps getting some observers in the room. But I would say, again, doing it in steps.
Yeah.
What about staff? I'm picturing the board dais. If there isn't room for us to be 6 feet apart at this point, and have all staff there too at the dais.
Yeah, what I was thinking, at least to start off, potentially, we wouldn't all be on the dais. That, we would be using some of just the general floor space down there so people could spread out.
Another option, I think.
Answer what?
We've had meetings sometimes where we take the tables and make just a big square in the boardroom proper.
Yes, that is an option. And then at some point, we could change venue if we wanted to, get a bigger space, if we wanted to have enough space to have, some in-person viewing down the road.
Well, so long as we're not sitting there yelling at each other, that ought to be enough.
Well, that is the trick. And I'm sure John, when I'm saying another venue, he's probably going, no, because just the logistics of it. But I mean, that is something we could look at.
We could occupy an entire cafeteria, but that'd be a little ridiculous, and we'd be using megaphones.
So to answer the question, I'm personally comfortable returning as soon as staff feels that they're comfortable. I trust that they will take the requirements into account, and I personally am comfortable. I also recognize that I am a very low risk person that does not live with anybody who is a high risk person.
Yeah, so instead of doing all that publicly, right, I think if you do have some concerns, send them to Dr. Bravo by our next meeting. And maybe Dr. Bravo can take our feedback here and maybe we could talk about it at our board workshop briefly of just, hey, here's what it could look like on a certain date and go from there.
Yeah, and I think that if we maybe targeted the December organizational meeting, that tends to be a smaller meeting, kind of end of the year kind of stuff. And then that's it for the year, right? We only have one in December. So that gives us plenty of time to plan for it and figure out what that looks like. And someone's going to get sworn in that night. So that'd be nice to be able to do that live and or face to face.
I know Robert's thinking so far we only have one in December.
Well, we have 2 in December now, right?
Go.
There you go.
We already wrote
that. Right. No, I'm kidding.
Blew that.
Okay, awesome. I think that's everything for future planning, unless there's anything else on any of those topics.
I have 2 things to discuss for future planning.
Okay.
They're quick. So Oak Grove High School District, or Oak Grove School District, sorry, passed first in the county resolution making Election Day a holiday in our in their school district, and I was just wondering if that was something that we might be interested in looking into to help civic engagement.
My concern, well, I read that, and my concern about it is if we're talking about taking that day off to make it civic engagement, we're putting an additional burden on families. It may be we don't have to be first. We can be one that does it. If companies do it, other districts do it, but I can't see causing that to parents and teachers.
I would be interested in learning more and looking into it.
Talking about doing it in time for this November 3?
No, no, no. This is the first time it will go into effect would be November 2022.
I see. Okay. Yeah, because teachers need time to, I mean, I used to plan every hour. I knew exactly how much I had to fit in a semester. And if you had suddenly taken a day away from me, I would not be happy with you.
Well, my guess is you'd have to put it on the end of the year. You can't just take a day out if we have days and minutes requirements.
We got a couple years to plan for it. It's just a question of whether we want to take the action.
Right.
Move the calendars around.
Well, let's not go too far down the line of like discussion just because it's not agendized. Yeah. But if there's a resolution that you'd like to introduce towards that effect, just email it to Bob and I, and we can get it on the calendar.
Kiki, you want to work on that one with me, or do you have time? Or
yeah, sure.
Okay. And then I just wanted to. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you all got the same invitation I got, but there is at Prospect High School, there's a parent graduation for their PIC, parent education program on 10/28. And so I think it's important for some board members to show up to recognize this achievement. And I was just wondering who could go, or if anybody wants to go.
I didn't see anything on it, so if you want to forward it to me, I'll take a look.
Okay, so Kiki, you're going to go? Okay.
And just as a point of reference, it's an acronym, the PIQE, but they usually say PK.
PK, sorry. That's why, I'm glad Kiki's going. She's bilingual. That's all I had.
I don't know if you saw, but Christina is trilingual.
Trilingual? You speak Klingon too?
Welsh. No, I also speak Finnish, Spanish, and English.
Oh, okay.
Well, would you like to move to adjourn in Finnish?
I would love to move to adjourn.
Second.
In English? Okay. So there is a motion. There is a second. Is there any discussion?
No.
My dog has asked us to adjourn.
Yeah, okay. So roll call, please.
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, so with a 5-0 vote, passes. We're adjourned. Thank you everyone so much, and have a good evening.
Good night.